Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Second meeting is called to order. Roll call.
Supervisor McGordy.
Say here. Yes.
I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel.
Supervisor Jurdy, we couldn't hear you. Yeah, we still can't hear you. But we know you're there. Supervisor Williams here. Supervisor Mulhern, would you lead us in the pledge? Public expression, starting in room. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, members of the board. Swed Malela, Principal Ennis with Disaster Recovery. We are very aware this is a sensitive time for our members of the community who have lost and suffered so much, especially within the last few years, but I'm here to talk about debris removal insurance. Since 2017, staff has been working on collecting insurance proceeds with insurance companies. As noted in the recent CEO report, we have just been informed by Cal OES that we have to also collect insurance proceeds for the 2020 Oak Fire, 2020 August Fire, and 2021 Hopkins Fire. This only applies to properties that have signed the right of entry forms, participate in the state consolidated debris removal programs, and have a line item specifically in their insurance policies, only specific for debris removal. So property owners are not liable for any payments to the county, but if they have received proceeds specifically for debris removal from the insurance companies, they will need to remit those proceeds back to the county. Again, this is a very sensitive time in our community, but we need the community's cooperation to discharge our obligation to the state, and this is a very critical step in our disaster recovery efforts. So that ends my public comment. Thank you.
And those online, you can press *9 or click raise hand to get in the queue.
Good morning, Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Gratitude and appreciation. First to Atlas for showing up the market. I always got to point out people that come to the market. Appreciate that, Atlas. He looked like he's having a great time. Supervisor Hashek for getting back to me about the ad hoc. I really appreciate that. And keep it within the room. And Supervisor Mulhern leads to my topic today. I talked about neuroplasticity, the ability to rethink, to think new ideas, new patterns in your body and your mind, your emotions, your relationships. And she has been an outstanding mentor for me in how to communicate with people, how to speak my words more properly. I can't thank you enough for that. And for what you bring to the board and what I see here on this board. I now met you all, and I believe in you, every single one of you. And that neuroplasticity, that ability to change, leads to connectivity, using our words properly, connecting as human beings, showing up at the market, showing up at events. COVID's over. I don't want to argue about how the county acted in COVID, how it might act in COVID. I've been out there doing it the whole time. So join me, and I hope the board joins in that attitude of cooperation, especially with what I see with the county workers going on. I really want them to have everything they need. If the buildings are leaking a little bit, let the buildings leak a little bit. We don't need new buildings every single time. You know, I think you all get lost in the details sometimes. So from the outside, somebody that uses these services, and I think they are the best anywhere because of the people in them. We may not have the most, but I think they're the best. They're why I moved here, they're why I stay here. And some of my county workers that take care of me came up here and spoke. And I was sitting back here crying because I'm seeing people getting raises like today. I normally don't even look at the minutes of what's coming up. I just glance and I see somebody else getting a raise. They probably earned it, and they probably earned less than they should. But we're a poor county. The top should lead. The top should take a cut if you're asking the bottom to take a cut. So again, try to get along. There's both sides. I can argue both sides. But we need to get along and move. This government doesn't move. I've seen this county employee thing come up 2 meetings now, and it's still out in meetings. So let's get together, pay them right. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Garrett James, and I'm an Emergency Service Specialist with Mendocino County Office of Emergency Services. And I'm here today to let you know that the Office of Emergency Services will have a booth at the Redwood Empire Fairgrounds in Ukiah this Friday and Saturday to assist the public in signing up for Mendo Alerts and Nixle, which are Mendocino County's alert and warning systems. We will also support people in learning about MendoReady.org, Mendocino County's website, with the most up-to-date information on current emergencies, disaster preparedness, and recovery resources. We will assist people in finding their evacuation zones, and we will have preparedness information that we will be handing out. Thank you for your time. I hope to see you there.
And thank you for your service. Online, we have Michael Katz.
Good morning, supervisors, county staff. Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I'm calling with a report from the field to let everyone know what a success Mendocino County showing was at the California State Fair Cannabis Exhibit and Awards. The first ever historical occasion in our state and for our community. This year, the California State Fair included a cannabis competition, and Mendocino County Cannabis showed incredibly well. I'm calling to also share the names of our winners. In the Best of California category, we had winners Green Shock Farms in the CBDA category, Sensia in the Carotene category, Silver Dragon Cannabis in the Pinene category, Green Shock Farms in the Osamine category, and Essentia in the Terpinolene category. So I just wanted to highlight that out of 10 total Best of California awards, 5 of them were given to 3 farms from Mendocino. And that's an incredible accomplishment, and we're super proud of our local farmers. Additionally, in the outdoor category, Mendocino Family Farm won a gold for THCA. Green Shock Farms won another award, a gold for CBDA. Essentia won another award, a gold for beta-carotene. Silver Dragon Cannabis won another award, a gold for pinene. Green Shock Farms won another award for osamine, and Essentia won another award for terpinolene. Those are all golds in the outdoor category, and again, an incredible accomplishment. We also saw silver in that category from First Cut Farms in the co-dominant terpene category, and in the unique category, we had Emerald Spirit Botanicals with THCV. We also had a silver for Green Shock in Tropical Sleigh Ride, and Essentia for their rose petal for osinamine and terpinolene, respectively. And in the mixed light category, we saw awards for Riverside Farms in the Myrcene category, and Bush family farms in the Pining category. So I just call in to highlight the incredible success of our local farmers despite the challenges in the market that are being faced. I want to thank Visit Mendocino County and Cultivar Strategies for incorporating our winners in such a great way to the State Fair exhibit. It was an incredible exhibit that really brought in a lot of awareness and attention, and these are the kind of normalizing events and opportunities that we like to see. And we certainly hope that the county takes this opportunity to see that with these winners, many of them are being challenged, and we want to do everything we can to keep as many of these operators in Mendocino as possible. And we look forward at MCA to continuing to work with the county to improve conditions locally. Thank you so much.
UVA.
Hello, my name is Maria Avalos with UVA Vecinos en Acción, and I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for following up on ARPA funds and having it be reported in the CEO reports. Another question that I have around transparency is that there was a public request to have that said, how has local government made decisions on using these funds and how have they engaged the public? In the CEO report, it said that there was $4,566,239 of unobligated funding, but then it is proposed as county core services and on infrastructure. So I'm wondering, where is the breakdown of where that money will go? Will it be able to be found by the public? And how is the local government making the decision to use the funds? And will there be public input? Once again, the Latino Community Foundation, which is statewide throughout California, conducted a case study on ARPA and local governments. And they found that most local governments were not involving the public. So what they recommend is to, 1, partner with community-based organizations, 2, remove barriers for public engagement, 3, prioritize those most in need, and 4, be transparent. So thank you. And again, I just have that question of how is the local government making the decision to use these funds and if there will be any public input. Thank you.
Last call for public expression. Okay, we're on to the consent calendar. Let's start with public comment on the consent calendar. Is there any comment in room? Any comment online? Raise hand or *9. Okay, no public comment on the consent calendar. Do supervisors have any items to pull for separate consideration? Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4A, a presentation on the new jail facility, sponsored by Executive Office and Sheriff. Who would like to present? Steve Dunnicliffe will present.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Steve Dunnicliffe, County Executive Office. We've got Sheriff Kendall and Lieutenant Bednar joining us.
No.
All right. Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO, County Executive Office, here today with Lieutenant Bednar and Sheriff Kendall. And we also have Eric Fadness from Nocton Lewis, who will be speaking to this item as well. For background, and as the board is aware, Mendocino County applied for and received a $25 million commitment from the state to construct a new 21,000 square foot jail building. This will include space for housing, programming, medical and mental health treatment, and a new visiting center. In September of 2021, the board received an update on this project and associated cost increases. Since that time, unusual market forces have persisted and costs are continuing to increase. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Eric Fadness, Nocton Lewis, who is with us virtually to discuss the latest schedule, updates, and cost estimates.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Eric Fadness with Nocton Lewis. Today, my update to you will be to cover our current status on the project, what's been completed, look at our milestone schedule as it's been updated since the last time we presented to you, and also look at the projected costs for the project. So first of all, on the status of the project, to date, we have completed construction documents and have submitted them to the Office of the State Fire Marshal for review of the construction documents. We've also submitted them to the County Building Department for their review as well. To date, we've completed one cycle of review comments with the State Fire Marshal's Office and have resubmitted for hopefully a final review and approval. So that is the current status of the project's progress. Looking at the milestone schedule, as we updated you last September, we were looking at completing working drawings and getting approval from the state to proceed to bid in June. So that would have been June of this year, but that we are not on track to do that. So we have updated the milestone schedule. The reason that we have seen a delay is primarily because of the time frame it's taking for the state fire marshal to review, not only to accept the documents, but also the bin time, the time it takes for them to pick up the drawings and start their review has been substantial. With our initial review, it took over 16 weeks for them to basically pick up the drawings and do their review. So that was a substantial delay. So we are not real confident that we can get through the review process just with the delays we're seeing, in a timely fashion. So we have updated the milestone schedule to account for that. So now we're looking at a bid approval or proceed to bid approval in December of this year. So hopefully allowing enough time to complete the state fire marshal review and all review of all agencies so that we can get approval and then proceed to the next steps to go to bid. So that has affected the cost of the project. As you know, as Steve noted in his opening comments, that the delays have, basically had an impact on the cost of the project. So we continue to see substantial increases caused by, inflation on the cost of construction materials and labor. Construction labor wages are increasing. And so those inflation factors are having a very significant effect on where we see the cost of the construction cost for the project going. So looking at the project's construction cost, in September of last year, we were projecting that the cost would be, the total project cost, so including construction costs and soft costs, would be in the range of $31.1 million. Today, we've received an updated project cost from Banner Construction Management, who is the construction manager on the project. And they have provided a low and a high range projection for the cost. So as of June of this year, their cost update reflects on the low end an increase of 30 to 33.7 million, or on the high end an increase to 35.7 million. So I've rounded that up a bit, but so overall that is a substantial increase. What that means is that the total project cost could potentially be as much as 7 to 8 million over budget. So, and as we updated you last in September, we had also noted that there are several contingencies that are included in that construction cost estimate. So we've accounted for we always account for what the current pricing is for unit pricing on materials and labor. But we also include contingencies in that construction cost estimate. So those contingencies are not only including the cost of inflation over time or escalation over time, but also we have a construction contingency built in, which is approximately 7% of the construction cost. And that is an owner's contingency. So that contingency can be used during construction to account for change orders. But we've also built in design and estimating contingency, which is currently at 6%. And that will adjust as we get a final construction cost estimate from Banner Construction Management. That should go down to 0. But that will also be offset by their final takeoff quantities of the materials and labor on the project. And then in addition, we have a market factor. And here's where Banner has accounted for a low and a high estimate. The market factor is really a factor that's built into the estimate to account for the bid day competitiveness, especially given the fact that Ukiah is sort of a remote area. The possibility of more competitive, more competition from general contractors in the area is pretty limited. So on the low end, they've accounted for a 5% market contingency, and on the high end, a 6% market contingency. So that is the reason that we have the low and the high estimates. So that is my update to you, and I am available to answer questions.
I have a question. When we met last, I was concerned that this project would run over. There was some assurance. And I mean, it's the nature of these projects. You give the best information you have at the time. But seeing how fast the money printing press was running in our nation, it was inevitable eventually we would have heavy inflation. I think we're probably still underestimating, right? We still have runaway inflation, and in the years to come, we likely will. So when I hear 7 or 8 million, I'm rounding it up to 10. Do you think that's realistic, that it could go higher?
Yeah, I could give you a real good answer to that. Our biggest issue right now is the fact that we have no control over the state agencies that are reviewing and approving the project. So that's where we have the most unpredictability. We can't say whether or not this milestone schedule that we've updated, that will actually meet those milestones, because it's all in the hands of the state. That's where you have the biggest risk on cost increases, I believe.
And I think supervisors probably all have constituents who are asking, why is the county engaging in an unnecessary jail expansion? And I think we owe the public some clarity. I would like to see the board meet on this topic in closed session on the 16th. And then I don't have any problem doing it again in open session and being transparent, but I think all 5 should be up to date on the state of our jail. My understanding is that jail was constructed around 1985 to last a couple years while the county built a jail. The county never followed through. It's not an exciting project. You know, supervisors probably don't take this job to build a new jail. It's not what their constituents want to see as the focus. But the reality is it's a mandate. And the sheriff has the charter to operate the jail, but the board has the responsibility to provide him with a facility that's safe and staffing that meets state requirements. And I think we need to openly discuss whether we're meeting those objectives, and if we're not, we need to change course. And by change course, that may mean deprioritizing some other nice-to-have projects to cover what is actually mandated by law. So I guess I'd like some feedback from my colleagues, but I would like your support on asking County Council to put together a closed session, invite the sheriff, and then schedule an open session item for further discussion. Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, I'm in total agreement with that. My question is, we got this grant or promise from the state for $25 million in 2017, and now we're 5 years later. The $25 million we're seeing doesn't go as far as we thought it would go. And the state having a $90 billion surplus, it seems like now would be the time to go to the state and working through our legislators of asking for an increase to that, because it's really a burden on the county to cover that extra $12 or $15 million that we're talking about. So I think we need to put on the full court press for getting the state to come up with some of their surplus dollars.
Supervisor McGordy.
Well, I definitely agree with Supervisor Haschak, and I also agree with you that it would be good for us to have a closed session on this topic, and I support that and would make a motion. I also wanted to ask CEO Antle what alternatives are. If we don't do that, what are we looking at?
Could you please clarify if we don't do?
If we're not able to acquire further funding from the state, what would be our options?
Oh, you're currently going out for funding with bond refinancing and new money. That item will be before you again on the 16th as well. So you've already, in November of 21, the board directed us to work with KNN to look at refinancing and new money. At that time, we were looking at $6 million. So $3 million of that would have gone towards the jail. The other $3 million was for a roof replacement on the admin building, the ag building, and I think an HVAC in our Fort Bragg building. That was what we're doing. We are in the process. We're very close to closing out that. We need to decide, this board will have to decide how much new money you want to leverage through the bonds. On the 16th, we'll bring that back before you.
Also, another question. So this process started in 2015. Why has it been so slow? Why are we just now getting to the point of where we're ready for bids?
I'm going to defer that to the sheriff and to Lieutenant Bender.
My microphone's working. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so a few things have gone on, and Deputy CEO Dunnacliff can explain some of the hurdles that we had to jump through with having a clean title and various other things going on with some of the land that was being, I guess we would say, re-encumbered or unencumbered. Also, the plans on this has taken an incredible amount of time to get the planning done. Some of the questions that Supervisor Haschak brought up regarding getting some extra funding from the state. I spoke with some of our state partners when this first began to run over last year, because there were a lot of sheriffs who took on these projects and they decided that they weren't able to do them. They gave the funding back. And I was asking them, can we get a portion of that funding? So far, the answer has been no. And then as far as the delays that we're currently looking at, I've been on the phone with the State Fire Marshal's office and a few friends that I have kind of in that area. I know that they picked up our plans again on the 18th of July and began the review on them. They have not given me a time frame for when they will finish. The setbacks that we are experiencing with the State Fire Marshal are not new to anyone, including the state. The Fire Marshal's office, I don't know if they are understaffed. I don't know what's going on with them, but I think that I've been putting just about the amount of pressure that I feel like will be actually worthy and not hindering us. But I will continue to do that. They advised July 18th. They reopened our plans and began working on them. And I will continue to have roughly a weekly meeting to see where we are in progress.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I want to thank Supervisor Hashak to bringing up the issue of going back to the state. I really would like to see the sheriff working with the CO's office and the board to approach the state. The state's not obligated to give us more money. I mean, they generously did give a grant of $25 million, but at the time, we believe that we were providing about 4 pennies for every dollar the state was providing in this project. And now we're up to about 42 pennies for every dollar the state is providing. I mean, that's a pretty dramatic change in just 5 years. So remember, it was just 2017 that we submitted the grant application and the grant match of what we were told would be $1 million. And now we're looking at basically $10 million in county match. So I think this shouldn't be just something we say in a meeting. It should be something we follow up on. And again, they're not obligated to give us extra money, but I think there's a legitimate reason here for these kinds of increase in costs in just 5 years. It just seems really excessive for a low income county like Mendocino to have to bear the full cost. After all, this wing of the jail is not just for general population jail inmates. This is specifically under a state program to address people who are being sent to county jails who previously would have been readmitted back into state prisons when they had parole violations. Instead, under this new justice system the state set up, if there's a relatively minor violation of a state prison inmate who's out on streets, they do not go back into state prison. They go into the county jail. And it's also trying to address on a statewide level inmates incarcerated in county jails who have serious mental health and issues. So, this really is trying to address a statewide program that the state's initiated. And I think we have a legitimate reason to go back to the state. I think, again, it should be the sheriff, the CO's office, and the board of supervisors acting in concert and going to the state to, because I think we have a really strong case for some extra funding.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I would be in support of approving CEO to work on a letter to the state today with the names mentioned by Supervisor Jurdy. I wanted to ask the CEO, is there funding that our grant department or professionals could potentially look at to also try to relieve some of the costs for the county?
Darcy Antle, CEO. Yes, we have been looking at grants. There are a couple possibilities. At this time, they would mostly need to be tied to solar that we're seeing, and there may be one other. But again, they're not a huge chunk of the entire pool of funds that we would need. Yeah.
I have a question for the executive office. We're focused on this wing of the jail, which I see as just part of the project. It's the tip of the iceberg. Society and the sheriff deserve a jail that's safe, meets modern code, and this project won't get us there. What's the board's plan or the county's plan for providing a jail? And let me elaborate. I see there's a lot of projects that the board would like to fund. There's funding opportunities on the agenda today. Every meeting we're talking about spending more money. Shouldn't we provide a safe jail for the sheriff to operate before we fund nice to have projects?
CEO Antle, yes, I agree with your comments. Yes, my understanding is this is, once we complete this wing, we need to be looking at a full jail remodel or upgrade. What those costs would be at this time, I have no idea. This was just made aware to me in the last few months, so having a clear plan, I don't know. I do know that public safety is a mandate of this board and of this county, so I think it is very critical that we do put it as a priority and start working towards that, and we need to be setting aside money as we move forward. Yes.
And one of the difficulties we have in budgeting, looking at can we afford this project, how much should we borrow, how much debt do we want to assign to the next generation, it becomes important that we understand how much revenue we have and how much we're spending. I'm 3.5 years into a term. I worry I'm coming up on the point where I can no longer use the excuse, I'm new here. And yet in the 3.5 years, I haven't been able to get a credible financial report. I understand we have 3 different sets of books. They all differ. Why? I look at the last 15 years of budget books, and we retell history just about every year. You look at what happened the year before and the year before that, and then the next year we change what happened. I don't have a good sense of how much cash flow we have. I haven't seen a balance sheet. The executive office doesn't have access to the financial systems to generate these reports, so I'm not looking at the CEO. And I think the auditor is struggling with software and probably inheriting a long history of some amount of accounting dysfunction. She just took the job. I don't see culpability there. But bottom line, somebody in this county needs to be able to provide books that make sense. The board's in a position of balancing a budget, approving a budget, funding some of these high expense projects like a compliant jail, potentially COLA adjustments for our hardworking employees. How do we do it if we don't have books that we can trust?
Darcy Antle, CEO, I would agree with you. I'm not quite sure. I think a lot of the reason we have asked for a pause in the labor negotiations is that we don't know, have clear vision on what the books are and where the finances are, and those discussions need to continue with the new auditor controller.
And so I think we want to record direction from the board, support for a letter and other outreach to the state in coordination, the board, the CEO, and Sheriff Kendall. And I counted a majority for a closed session on the 16th to review jail obligations and any potential liabilities we may suffer. And County Council?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to do that. I just want to make sure that I'm clear for the benefit of the board and frankly for the public as well. There'd be no discussion of any sort of spending decisions. At that point, it would merely be a review of any potential liability issues related to current federal and state mandates and the condition of the current building, and then any decisions the board might make with respect to waiving any privilege.
Understood. I think the board understands that. And then last, I would like to ask my colleagues for support on direction to the CEO's office to reach out to the state controller's office to help us get our books in order. Because in 3.5 years, I haven't seen that we're able to do it. And I can't make excuses at this point. I think the public, the employees, staff, supervisors, everybody deserves to have financials that we can trust. Supervisor Mulhern?
I'm in support of that. Thank you for bringing it up. I did want to just mention that it is incredibly important that this board get on top of future jail needs for future boards and for our community. It is also really important that we run a parallel track with trying to work on upstream programs and new ideas that our community and our state have coming forward to deal with mental health, to deal with substance use. We can't simply halt all of the other work that we do to prevent those things, to prevent crimes, to keep our kids busy, to all of the things that we know upstream help with addiction and crime. We can't stop doing that work. So I just want to be very clear that it is important that we pay attention to what happens to the jail and that we do plan for the future of the jail. But the other work that we're doing needs to really run parallel because it's just as important.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the issue that you brought up about reaching out to the state to get help with our books and everything. And, you know, it's just really ironic that this board voted to consolidate the two positions when those people in those positions said, don't do it. And that consolidation would not help. And now we're at the position where we're asking the state to step in to help out this situation that in part we created as a board.
So I want to respond to that. A part of the reason I supported the consolidation is because I couldn't get financials. And, you know, we had an auditor retire, and shortly after I learned we have a $4.5 million hole in the health plan. Why didn't this board know that we had a $4.5 million hole? We would have planned accordingly. Maybe we would have addressed it as it was building. So, you know, I don't want to point the finger. I don't think there's a single person in this organization now or in the past who has who's to blame for the situation. I think it's collectively, there's an institutional problem here that this county doesn't have a set of books that anybody believes. And I mean, you could ask, there's nobody in the county today, you could ask, how much money do we have to our name and get a straight answer? How can I do my job voting on a budget if I don't know how much money we have to spend? Or, frankly, how much we're spending? And so when it comes to projects like the jail, that's an obligation. It's not fair to the sheriff to give him a facility that doesn't meet requirements and then later blame them if there's a problem. It's the board's problem. We have to fund that. How do we allocate enough for it if we don't know how much we have? And I don't see what this has to do with consolidating offices. It has to do with a set of books that's approved by an outside auditor that we can trust. Now, John, we do have an outside audit that happens. When was the last time this board, you and I sitting on this board, voted to direct the auditor to incorporate the outside audit recommendations? I don't think I've done it yet. I don't know if past boards have done it, but it means we're paying for an outside audit. We're getting advice about changes we need to make to meet accounting principles, and then we're ignoring the advice. So how much accumulated error is there, and over how many years? Is it 10 years? Is it 30 years? Is that why we have different sets of books with different numbers? Because we never incorporate the outside audit findings? I think we have a financial crisis here, and we just don't know how bad it is. And so I'm looking for support. I heard one from Supervisor Mulhern to get the state involved in helping us figure out how to clean up our mess. Supervisor McGordy.
So when it comes to handling money, I kind of challenge you a little bit, Supervisor Hasjack, because you want to have a meritocracy. You want to have people who really know finances, who are properly trained. That's why I've supported a professional financial office, which is what most big organizations have, where you appoint people based on their skill set and a proven track record of handling money well. And if we look back through Mendocino County's history at the auditor, controller, and tax collector treasurer, we don't see that pattern, quite honestly. And I think our attempt to consolidate the offices is in the hope that we would have collaboration and some accountability, which right now as elected officials, they don't have to listen to us. And I see that as a real problem when we're trying to plan our future, when we're about to saddle our children with money that we spend without really fully knowing what we have. It doesn't make any sense to me. So I still think we're going to need long-term structural change in county government on this. This will not go away until we do. And I look at Yolo County as the model where they've done that, where they consolidated their treasurer, tax collector, auditor, controller, and then eventually removed the office and created a department that handles money. And I think that's a more progressive and a more accountable way to handle finances.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I would support requesting the state controller's office to give any assistance available to us to get a better understanding of the county's finances.
Supervisor McGorty? Okay. I don't see any more hands. Sheriff Kendall, do you have anything you would like to add?
No, I will continue to push on this as hard as I possibly can. I'll request the support of the board and some letters and various other things, but we're at a time right now, and I think that you've made it perfectly clear we can't afford not to go forward with this jail project. Supervisor Mulheron's comments are well taken, and I understand exactly what she's talking about, and a lot of the work that we will be doing in there will be upstream work. A lot of the work that we're taking on today, and we have been taking on, we've been taking on to get that under our belt before the new facility or the new wing of the jail opens. That will only enhance our ability to continue with the work that we've started. Thank you.
Do we have, Lieutenant, did you have anything to add? We appreciate you being here nonetheless.
Thank you.
Do we have any public comment in room? Any comment online, *9 or raise hand? Seeing no public comment, it's back to the board. Oh, sorry, there was a late hand raise. Ron Edwards.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Williams. You know, I have appreciated your attention to this budget since you came into office. And, you know, one of the things that came up with the merging of the auditor tax collector was that Mendocino is a small county, and we're not necessarily going to attract the brightest in that situation. So I don't know if the board, as Supervisor McGorty presented, can come up with a way to professionalize that office. Again, the problem of attracting somebody who has that skill set and the housing situation of the county. But I would encourage you, Chair Williams, to continue to push to professionalize the budget procedure in the county. Thank you.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I'm ready to make a motion to accept the presentation related to the new jail facility, and to also direct staff, the CEO, the chair of the board, the sheriff, to work together in lobbying for additional state funds to help with the project, and also to reach out to the state controller for help with our fiscal issues.
I'll second that.
So it may be duplicative with direction that was given. Is that okay for County Council? Yeah, he's nodding. Roll call vote.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern. Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4B, Sheriff, you may want to stay for this one. This is regarding a ordinance for military surplus use.
I have Lieutenant J.D. Comer. I believe that he's out. I'll need his assistance on that in case there's any technical questions. John, could you grab J.D., please? Please.
Feel free to begin presenting.
Ordinance is directly in response to recent legislation. This recent legislation requires that for law enforcement agencies to continue to use certain types of equipment identified as military equipment or to make future purchases of such equipment, the law enforcement agency has to create a policy for the use of that equipment, use and acquisition of that equipment, and get that policy approved by the governing body. So that's what we're here today for. The proposed ordinance is essentially, it's very simple, as you have it in front of you. It is just essentially adopting the policy which is attached. The attached policy includes a list of current inventory and then additional items that the Sheriff's Office plans on purchasing, which right now is just items of ammunition. The adoption of the ordinance requires some findings. Those findings are that the military equipment is necessary because there's no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety. Also, that the proposed military equipment use policy will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. And if purchasing, which we have a request to purchase, although we're not at the purchase point at this point, that purchasing the equipment, the equipment is reasonably cost-effective compared to available alternatives that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety. So I think a lot of those points are present within the policy. However, if the board needs additional information, we're here to provide that information.
Any board questions before we go to public comment? Not seeing any public comment in room. Public comment online, you can press *9 or raise hand. Not seeing any public comment, it's back to the board for a motion. Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I just wanted to say a couple things. Is in the summary of request, it says as defined in AB 418. And I believe those numbers are transposed, isn't it, 481?
Yes, that is correct. That's an error.
It seems like this proposal, certainly we need to pass it. And, but the venue of setting up that Public Safety Advisory Board would have been a perfect place for this to be discussed and have sheriff talk about what the needs are of the county and have that communication going on. So it's just a pitch to really get that Public Safety Advisory Board going, because I think this would have been a nice topic to really delve into.
Is this working now? If I can comment on that, I spoke with my coordinator yesterday, Rose Britton. We have hired a part-time staffer that I believe will be able to fill that need of setting the agenda, taking the minutes, and taking care of that. If we can do it on a quarterly basis, it will be best because it will fit into the available hours that she has to work.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. So with that, I would move the approval of the recommended action.
Second. Roll call.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4D related to SB 552 and the Drought Task Force Committee, sponsored by Supervisors Haschak and McGorty. Supervisor McGorty?
So we're trying to come up with an affordable way to have some leadership for water policy here in Mendocino County, and we've looked at a lot of different options. We have a very complete report that was done for us by a consulting specialist and on the subject. And I guess today we're going to talk a little bit about what our options are. So
Supervisor McGorty, I may have skipped ahead. I went to 4D, not saying that 4C is next in our schedule. Would you like to start with 4C?
Yeah, we can start with 4C. I think we also probably want to have DOT Director Howard Dashiell with us too.
Yeah, he's on his way. So I apologize for the audience. We are moving to agenda item number 4C.
So We have in front of us the continuation of a discussion we've had about creating a water agency, and I think the big problem is that we sort of know what we need, but the question of affordability is really a big issue on this, because to return to the water agency that we had staffed in the past till about 2009 would cost between $650,000 and $1 million, and you know we're recognizing we're kind of in a budget crisis at the moment, so we can't do that. By the same token, there could be some options for hiring consultants to fill some of the duties, which is in the recommendation by our consultants, GEI. And I have a PowerPoint here, if we could take a look at it, of what I think we can do.
Would you like me to pull that up?
Yes, would you please?
Perhaps you could keep talking for about 15 seconds.
Sure. And I just want to say that, you know, Supervisor Haschak and I have worked pretty effectively with our ad hoc committees. We've organized really the stakeholders in the county. We've had a lot of conversations. We have a really good sense of what needs are. We have kind of a rough working plan. And where we are really kind of as a county is that what people want is to kind of not have the county necessarily take over providing water, even though it's really critical to our well-being. Particularly water for health and human safety is priority number one, followed by adequate watershed health for fish and wildlife, and agriculture becomes number three. And we've had a lot of conversations. We've thought a lot about this. Where we are with California, we're now on about our third year of drought. And things aren't looking really great for next year either. So, you know, we really have some challenges ahead, kind of looking at La Nina is likely to happen again. Surface water temperatures at the equator don't seem to be changing. So at least the short-term forecast is that we'll be very dry through December. So we kind of have to start working on having contingency plans. The old idea that we just use whatever falls from the sky from year to year is not going to be good enough going into the future with climate change and everything else we're facing. So this isn't quite the PowerPoint presentation that we wanted. I think this is Howard's maybe, so.
Try again.
Okay. It would be the one.
Implementation plan?
It's the one on the bottom, is developing a water resource team. We could start with the implementation plan. If Howard's here, we could go with that.
Would you like me to start with the last one?
We could do that as well. So right now we're spending between somewhere it's around $160,000 to $190,000 on our water program that we have in Mendocino County, which is kind of a minimalist program, but it addresses the bare bones things that the state wants for us to do. Next image. And why I'm suggesting that we create a water resource team because of these issues. So we need to create water security and resiliency for county residents county-wide. So it's not just one area, it's all of us, because every community has challenges. We need to provide water supply to allow communities to create much needed new housing. So we know of at least 2 communities are stuck right now where they can't move forward because they have no water, and that's Redwood Valley and Walala. They don't need huge amounts, but they need something. So we really have to work on that. That's really clear. We need to address climate change in which rainfall is less predictable, and mostly that means storage. And storage could be a variety of ways. It could be surface impoundment, it could be groundwater, it could be individual water storage for people's homes. We need to find ways to, when we have water, hold on to it. Mendocino is kind of an interesting place. When we have normal rainfall years, we get a lot of rainfall, almost the equivalent of what flows in the Colorado River in a really wet year. But the problem is most of it ends up out in the ocean because we simply just don't have the right geology to store water. We need to respond quickly to state water resource grant funds because there's a lot of competition for them. They've been pretty generous in putting money aside, but we have to be ready and have our ducks in a row when the time comes. we have to have county staff to assess community needs, think creatively to find solutions, and funding for studies and projects. So right now, the only person that the county has hired who actually has formal training in water is me. Howard does a lot of good stuff too because he's interested in it, and we also have other really wonderful volunteers who help us. People like Phil Williams, who's a water attorney from City of Ukiah, Janet Pauley, Devin Jones. There's a whole bunch of really motivated people who help us on water projects, but as far as institutionally, Mendocino County is not really organized well for this. So why not expand existing small Mendocino County Water Agency? Well, presently the minimum funding really doesn't allow us to staff properly with $160,000. So GEI consultants estimate a water agency staffed at a full level, like the MCWA was in the past, would cost around $750,000 to $1 million, which at the moment we're pretty challenged to get that kind of money on the table. So finding qualified staff could also be difficult. So if we're going to actually hire a young hydrologist or an experienced one for that matter, they're sort of hard to find. I mean, they're rare, and whether they'd want to come here with all the challenges of not having much support, not having an existing program, facing all the difficulty with finding a place to live, I don't know how we would do. So this is some of the reasons why we're not. I think collectively, as we've talked with the consultants and our board and the ad hoc, we've all kind of concluded this probably isn't the path we want to go down. Next image. So an affordable solution might be what's called a matrix approach, and this is where you actually look at who's on your roster who could help, and you utilize staff from multiple departments to provide expertise, write grants, and administer programs. However, we should have at least somebody with consulting expertise in hydrology and grants. I think that's essential, is to have at least the one person who can help be the rainmaker in moving us forward. Next slide. So the core components of making something like this work is that you have to utilize the institutional knowledge of our Drought Emergency Ad Hoc Committee, and a lot of effort's gone into community outreach and needs assessment, and I think we've been pretty successful. I think Supervisor Haschak and I have taken the job really seriously and worked with our consultant last year to get a pretty good understanding of what has happened. So the next would be to hire a knowledgeable water resource specialist who's also experienced in grant writing, as well as community and economic development, because kind of understanding the whole process from start to finish is really important about how do you go after money, how do you secure the grant, and then how do you execute it so that you're effective. And a lot of this will involve infrastructure, so having someone with experience doing infrastructure is important. And finally, the last component is working with existing county departments that have resources to sustain and support the water resources team. Next image. So at the center of this is the University of California Cooperative Extension Office, because they could provide the space for water resource specialists. They could also provide administrative support and technical support for field work and GIS, which is an important component in a lot of this, through an existing department with knowledgeable staff in some capacity. UC is about to hire a water and climate change advisor. They're recruiting them, and a lot of their expertise would be the equivalent of what the hydrologist would do in an agency like this. And they will be working both in Mendocino and Lake County. And then there's also in recruitment a UC Soils and Irrigation Advisor, which is more kind of the practical functions of what do you do with water, and particularly in the area of irrigation, which is a lot of how we use water in Mendocino County. What is also really, really important is that there's access to water specialists at UC Davis, UC Berkeley, and UC Riverside. Next image. So here's, and we have a history. So if we go back and we look at things that were done, the Russian River Watershed Ag Water Use Study in 2001, or 7 rather, Navarro Watershed Ag Use Study in 2012, characterization of the Ukiah Valley Groundwater Basin in 2017 by Sam Sandoval, and then water use in cannabis culture in 2020 by Ted Grantham. So we already have this great linkages. Environmental health also plays a role in this in terms of they do regulation of wells and domestic water supply. Department of Transportation has been involved with stormwater pollution prevention, quack mussel and zebra mussel control, groundwater level monitoring. And of course, the CEO's office is really critical through their functions of Office of Emergency Services, finance team, contracts, and grant personnel. And finally, planning and building services, because in the end, water planning for developments and communities and all the permitting that goes along with it, they would also play a role. Next slide. How it would be organized? So the water resource specialist reports to the Board of Supervisors. The Drought ad hoc would be their primary contacts, but really they're responsible to all of us because the ad hocs only advise, they can't make decisions. And they also coordinate with the CEO office, so the CEO always knows what's going on. I see them being housed in the UC Cooperative Extension Office and receives administrative and technical support there. They would be staff for the Drought Emergency Ad Hoc Committee, and they would also be the contact person for state water resource agencies. Having those relationships with the state water resource agencies is critical. You need to know who runs each one of those kinds of departments. Next. So at the top is the budget as it stands now, and this is what Howard has used, and he's paid for some staffing to run the programs. And my budget's kind of hokey, but it's there. It's basically the consultant. We're figuring somewhere between $150 to $200 an hour. So it'll be about the equivalent of a 7-month time appointment for $225,000, and then $25,000 in support to basically run his program. I have nothing in there for costs to some of the other departments that would be involved in this, such as grant writing and contracts, which there would be a cost for. Next. And if all else fails, pray for rain. There's me at Niagara Falls about a week ago, and then Bouchard Gardens in British Columbia. And I like what Dan said, that he chooses to live in a community with water. Well, I choose to go on vacation in a place where there is water. and seeing Niagara Falls after the drought that we're in was really, really magical. And Bouchard Gardens is mostly dependent on rainfall in British Columbia. So there still are places where it rains. Thank you.
Do we want to move on to the director's presentation?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. Sorry I was a little tardy getting here, but I see Supervisor McGordy has done a pretty good synopsis of his scenario 1. I had in my agenda item looked at what I called scenario 2 and 3, which are basically versions of, if I could just summarize, a approach where we did try to hire county staff for the water agency, a full-time position.
Director DeShield, why don't we look at your PowerPoint that you put together?
Is this the MCWA
Yes.
implementation plan?
Well, that we could talk about that. So I provided that draft plan just so the board would have it, and the PowerPoint does. I was under the impression, unless the clerk can put the PowerPoint up, I don't have a.
I have it up for you.
So the implementation plan is a draft at this point, but it's been out there. Many of you have received a copy and read it and utilized it. And I do reference it in my presentation, Goal F. And if we can't get to that, you can read it in there. But basically, Goal F that the plan identified was sustained governance. Mendocino County Water Agency will provide a sustained and coherent governance and staffing so that the county may respond to water challenges and holistic water enterprises that protects local interests. And, one idea was to hire a chief executive for the county water agency to implement county water policy, build consensus and trust. That's F1. Represent county interests with state and federal legislative bodies and become the face of the water agency to administer county water programs and county interests in regional programs. So that would be, at least in that draft report, a goal. F2 is policy analyst, facilitate and develop and administer track grants, develop, analyze, track, prepare budget data report, serve as a liaison on local water interests with county departments, businesses, local stakeholders, and review and present pending legislation for the effects on Mendocino County Water Agency projects. And then F3 of goal F is technical support staff, the hydrologist, hydrogeologist, resource specialists, manage technical consultants, perform hydraulic investigations, engage in long-term water resource planning on water interests, and maintain county surface groundwater hydrologic models and water resource GIS database. And finally, the summary, the goal of the presentation is to facilitate a discussion on how to reestablish the new Mendocino County Water Agency in a manner that is inclusive of interested parties and paves a path for long-term success in meeting water resource needs in the county. And then we offered the 3 scenarios, and Supervisor McGorty really has presented you with his scenario 1, and it would meet those goals. He's doing it through his team that collaborates with the UC experts, as he just explained. I won't go into that any further. My 2 scenarios or options is, again, to hire a multidiscipline staff person, because during budgets, we pretty much, when the consultant presented the board with, what could become a 4-person water agency at $500,000, the board was pretty much sure we couldn't really afford that. So, another possibility that I've come up with is a multidiscipline staff. In other words, staff can wear multiple hats. Maybe they could do some of the general management duties for the water agencies and have some expertise in hydraulics and hydrology, water resources. And, scenario 3, again, is co-locating in a department and hire the multidiscipline staff who can just do the technical part and have someone else provide the executive leadership and those duties that the general manager, that the technical staff wouldn't have, that perhaps the technical staff could grow into a manager. I guess I like to compare it. We all kind of look at our own life's experience, and I started out as just C student engineer in Mendocino and Lake County, and look at me now, I'm the director. So, something like that. I heard what Supervisor McGorty said. It may not be possible to find that person. We may have to rely on consultants. I'm not trying to oppose scenario 1. It's the board's choice. Go with scenario 1, maybe look at 2 or 3. But I guess my thinking was that if we at least tried to get either an executive person who could do some technical work or a technical person who could grow into an executive, we would have a future capability in the water agency that wouldn't just be dependent on a year-to-year contract with a consultant. Not sure that person's out there, don't know, but that was my thought. And I also think too that for a year the Department of Transportation continues with the state mandates, the GWAGA muscles, the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, some of the other things we still have to do to support the GSA process. Those duties need to shift to someone at a staff level with the new team if you're ever to get past your 1 year $250,000 seed money and take the full $190,000 that the water agency produces now. They also hire help. We get a lot of help from the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District and contracts we have with them. So not all of that is for staff, but that workload for the future to be sustainable would need to shift. And I really think you sort of need a staff person who works 40 hours a week, to to even have a chance at that for the future. Not to say for this first year, Amber and I don't continue on like we have to do the mandates, but anyway, with that, I'll take questions.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director DeShiel and Supervisor McGordy for providing the report and the scenarios today. I'm leaning more towards using a UC representative at this point. I would love to have an internal person that we can grow into this position, but our water needs, drought concerns, and climate change are knocking on the door yesterday. So I think it's really important that we're able to get somebody in to fill that critical position. I've also read the entire draft plan from GEI and participated in many of the meetings with our local water purveyors and in the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Mendocino County has some work to do to break down the silos and build more collaborative relationships with our water partners. And I think that having our water programming come through the UC system will give us an opportunity to rebuild those relationships. So that's sort of where my head is at right now. I would like to see us be able to grow our water agency internally in the future, but I don't think the timing's right.
Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Chair Williams. So I had a couple questions for Mr. DeShiel. You referred to a CEO model, or the CEO of the water agency, and what would be the difference between a general manager and a CEO in this case?
Well, I'm sorry if I misspoke. I meant to say someone with, executive leadership. The water agency general manager is at a department head level. And that includes soup to nuts, the things that you have to do at that level that, say, a upstart young geologist, hydrogeologist wouldn't have those abilities. So I didn't mean necessarily a CEO, but there's ideally you find someone who can operate at an executive level and do technical work. But if you can't find that person, you find someone who can do technical work and might grow into that executive level person.
Okay, and another question people have asked is, what's the difference between a water agency and a water department?
I'm not sure I know exactly, but I think water agency is defined in law. And, Mendocino County has a water agency because state law said we would. And the Board of Supervisors is the board of directors of that agency.
Okay, thank you. So I would just like to thank Supervisor McGordy for laying out his scenario. I think that, in my time on the Drought Task Force and working with Supervisor McGordy, it's come down to basically how do we deal with the short-term issues that we have, which are, we've got this, we're third year into the drought. We have, drought into the foreseeable future. We've got a state with a huge surplus, and that there is probably grants and funding for water projects available. We've done a lot of work in the last year over those things with those issues, and we brought in a lot of money countywide, and I totally appreciate working with Director DeShiel on some of these projects. And so we don't want to miss out on any of the short-term opportunities out there. And that's a big concern, is to make sure that we're positioned so that we are, able to apply for all the grants and everything that we need to get. There's also the long-term issue. Okay, so short-term, we have to be really on it. And the long-term is, how do we set up a water agency for the county that will best provide the services that we really feel like we need as a county? I think Supervisor McGordy laid out a lot of those, and I think that the work with the GEI, is and the steering committee that was working with them, I think that they've laid out a lot of those issues that we all know are existing and will exist into the future, and we need to deal with them long term. It's I guess the question is, how do we best deal with those long-term issues? And I really kind of appreciate those scenarios of building a team from within. I guess I would like you to talk for a minute about, those different scenarios about, we had like the general manager type person or the policy analyst and the tech support people, those different levels of entry level into this water agency, or kind of building the foundation. How do you see hiring any one of those?
We got grants. Oh, I'm on, okay. And starting with someone, say at the senior level, who understands the technical work is my scenario too. And then they probably would still need consultants for specific technical tasks. But they could, they could do a lot of the outreach with stakeholders, the building the agency. They'd already have some executive and water credibility, and they'd have the time. If you hired them and that was their job, like I say, they'd have 40 hours a week to spend on it. A lot of department heads spend more than 40 hours a week. You know what I'm trying to say. And if you couldn't find that person, finding someone who could do technical staff work, and then they would need a department head somewhere. They'd have to be nestled in a established department for that person to really help with the things that a new technical person just wouldn't be able to deal with. So, but I really think ultimately the water agency for a long time was one person, and sometimes one person with a clerical support. I mean, that's the history of our water agency. And, I just think that's about all we can afford. So you have to have someone who can do many different things.
So if I could just further clarify this, with the short-term issues that we need to deal with, and we need to be ready to apply for any kind of grants at the state level and anywhere there are grants or money available out there. I guess my question is to the CEO is, do you feel like we need to identify some of those projects out there that are kind of shovel ready? We need to see what the needs are for the different agencies. Do you think that right now that the county has the resources or the wherewithal to apply for the grants that might be available?
CEO Antle, I would just like to point out a couple of things. The ad hoc did some great work in developing and working on those projects that have been brought forward. The PERM team, along with Howard's team, will continue to support as we have. Also, you are aware that we just received a grant award for a grants division, which is being developed, and we are looking at grant software to be able to do that, and that you do have some consultants on agreement that you can reach out to help write any grants that may come up in the next 3 to 6 months.
So we're positioned pretty well right now to deal with some of the short-term
I believe
opportunities.
so. Short-term opportunities, yes.
Okay, because my concern is hiring a consultant when maybe we have some internal capacity and we have external capacity too, right?
Yes, we have internal capacity, we have external capacity, and there's always, if something came that we were all unaware of that was rushed or we needed additional expertise, I believe we could reach out to the UC Extension, which I think is a great collaboration and a great thing that we need to do moving forward, that partnership. But I also, we could do a low-level contract if we needed something additional expertise that we didn't have or weren't able to access.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I want to thank Supervisor McGordy for maybe it was there, was reference to the water districts. And obviously, customers of a water district, the entity that's going to help them is the water district itself, whether it's the board members of that water district, the staff of that water district, and then the county, if it's going to provide some assistance, would be backup. And so what I'd like to have at, we need to do at some point, this board needs to decide what is the role of the county. Right now we're talking about a water agency, but we've not defined what the role of the water agency is. I contend it should be principally providing assistance under certain circumstances to the water districts, not to provide a lead role and not to supplant the role of the water districts. They need to step up and deliver services to their customers. And secondly, there could be some people in Mendocino County, let's say people on wells, they're not served by a water district. And we know the state is taking an extra interest in groundwater. It seems to me that there's probably no one other than the county that's going to assure that some wells are not negatively impacting neighboring wells other than the county. And so that's probably a role that the county water agency would take a lead in because there's nobody else to do it. So anyway, I'd like to hear from the other board members, what exactly is the role of the county water agency? We got to get past this discussion about the staffing of it, and get to the meat of the agency. What is its role?
So Supervisor Jurdy, thank you. That's where I was going to go with my questions. I'm curious how this effort, no matter how it's staffed or structured, will produce water. And I know there's a lot of money out there from the state right now for water projects. It seems to me it's a lot of money to study water, maybe study who doesn't have it, who needs it. But I'm not seeing funding for actually getting water out of the ground and putting it into pipes that flow to houses. So what would be realistic if we were to fund this in some way with some structure? 2 years from now, would we have water flowing? 5 years? Is that a reservoir? What is it? John raised some good points about the difference between a general manager and an executive. I think that's important, but when I hear those words, I'm already kind of against it. It sounds like empire building, another agency, just another money sink in the county that we can't afford. And I know Supervisor McGordy will likely argue that we can't afford to not do this. We need water. I'm looking at the CEO. I think she'll argue that we can't afford it. So how do we tie this discussion in with cut somewhere else? Somehow we have to pay for it. Even if it's $250,000, we've got to pay for it. We have to cut in another area because we don't have an extra dime to our name, unless our books are wrong, which I covered earlier. And the question the director had about how do we hire somebody, can we get talent? I mean, anybody watching this meeting, thinking about relocating here, working for our county may think otherwise. And I think it's important if we want to build a long-term team, we need to give some assurance that it's a long game and that it'll be funded in the years to come. And I don't know that we have that financial picture in place today. I think we're talking about building a structure that next year or the year after we might decide we have to cut. Supervisor McGordy.
So I wanted to address some of the concerns that Supervisor Jurdy has. If you read through the GEI report and their focus group, it came out pretty clear that nobody wanted a water agency that ran water systems. What they really want is assistance for technical and financial grant writing. That seems to be the number one need. And Supervisor Hasjack and I have heard that repeatedly as we have convened the Drought Ad Hoc Committee, which is a very robust discussion with water stakeholders around the county. So that's kind of the first thing that is on the table. And in order to do that, you want to have someone who really understands the grants and what's on the table from the state agencies. You want to have somebody who has a personal relationship with the staff of these agencies, because that's often how things get done. And I've seen it. I've seen where the agencies come to somebody and say, basically, we kind of like what you're doing. We would like to fund more of that. Can you submit a detailed proposal for us? So that's really critical, and that's why bringing on a junior staff member is a good long-term strategy, but not a good short-term strategy. In terms of finding money, so we already have a water agency, and it's already funded. Somewhere in the tune, I can't get it straight, between 160 and 190,000 when you look at all the funds that go through it. So as we start to take over some of the responsibilities, which Director DeShiel said would probably be smart to do, then we no longer have to pay the staff time to DOT. It could go into water programs instead. So finally, we did have $250,000 that was approved from our disaster recovery funds, and I'm not suggesting that we spend all of them, but we do have probably enough to pull this off and make something happen, which is what I'm looking at. This is kind of a short-term solution. Longer term, it's going to take more thought, but this is where we get going. I'm also hoping that in terms of the support for our contracts and grants writing, that we can recover some of the expenses for grant writing, which some of the grants allow, and that way we can also enhance our services for the whole process of acquiring money from the state and the feds.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment about the studies. I mean, we don't know where to go if we don't know where we are. And we have basins in our county, in the North District, on the coast, that don't know how much water they have. And how do we ask for water? How do we ask for resources from the state with all of this funding that's available if we can't provide a document that lets the state know this is what we have and this is what we need? And again, water resources isn't just about turning on the tap for the people that are already here. It's about planning for future generations. It's about being able to make sure our grandchildren can turn on the tap. So I don't want to be dismissive of the studies that are necessary to be able to receive the grant funds. And a lot of our smaller water districts are not able, don't have capacity experience-wise, and don't have capacity financially to be able to present those studies to the state. And so then the amount of money that we're able to receive in our community through already being prepared with the studies is really what I think future planning this board should be doing, not fiscal relief for individual customers, but the planning for the future of our county. That's our job. That's our role in how I see it and what we need to be doing for the water agency.
So I agree with you. I think it's a good idea. And I'm actually here to support my colleagues, which may be a surprise sometimes. My concern is we don't have the money. And so it's a good idea, but how do you fund it? I mean, we're going to ask CEO, go find a way to do it. I think we've squeezed everything we can. The margins are thin. There's just nothing left. So I'm all for doing it. I just want to know what we cut to pay for it. Otherwise, we're giving direction to staff to do something that they can't do. And I've wondered, we'll go to Supervisor Jurdy next. I've wondered if maybe another model might be a JPA between the water districts and the county. And maybe the county would financially contribute, but let the water districts with existing staff drive that JPA. It might be more effective than getting us involved. Supervisor Jurdy?
I think the JPA idea is intriguing, and I think it seems more equitable for people who are already paying, the state average rate for water. And I appreciate Supervisor Morty saying that you see that the county providing a supporting role for the water agencies. I just didn't see it in your PowerPoint. And then Supervisor Mulhern, I appreciate your saying that we're not here to subsidize people who are looking for a subsidy. But I would point out that to my knowledge, either every residential customer in Mendocino County, or virtually every residential customer in Mendocino County, is paying the state what would be considered an average rate for water, for residential water in Mendocino County compared to the rest of the state, maybe higher than average because we have small water districts. But we do know that we have wholesale water purveyors in the Russian River watershed, Potter Valley Irrigation District, even the Russian River Flood Control that are wholesaling water at below the wholesale rate for water in this state. And so I think part of the fairness that we need to have as a fairness doctrine is if we're going to provide county funds to support any water district in this county, we need to have proof that that water district is not underpricing its water when so many of the other customers in this county are not paying below market rate for water. So we need to have equity in this county to use these scarce dollars that we don't even know we have available.
Supervisor Jurdy, I'm picking up on a theme here, meeting to meeting. Would you say that there may be free riders in our water system today?
I think we do, yeah.
Yeah. So I support you on that. I think we should talk to the supervisors who largely represent those areas. Ag needs to get it together and monetize the water. The county may have a role here, but the county's role is not ensuring long-term free ag water or close to free. There may be a fee to it. And I think that the lack of progress there is probably eroding support, because we all want to make sure that residents have drinking water. And I think we all care about farming and ag endeavors. But it's not a county responsibility to subsidize ag water. So who's going to make progress on that? Supervisor McGordy?
So they're just now signing the contracts, Sonoma County Water Agency, for a grant that the State Water Resources, or Department of Water Resources, has given them to create an Ag Water Users Forum that will address specifically how do we monetize water, because it's really clear that we've had sort of this funny situation of free water from the Eel River watershed that has been basically abandoned by PG&E as they finish generating electrical water that all this infrastructure was built on for the last 100 years, and we can see now it's coming to an end. So the ag community is intensely aware of that and is trying to find a way to make it equitable. So that's probably that will address the issue that Supervisor Jurdy is concerned about. It'll take a little bit of time. It'll probably take a year or two before everything is clear. But we're moving forward in that, and I certainly, that's my message to ag, is that you're not going to have free water anymore. It's kind of like my situation where I can pump out of the Russian River. I don't pay anybody other than PG&E to pump. That's really kind of an anomaly, and it's not realistic to expect that we can move forward forever and ever with that kind of cost of water. I just also wanted to address the issue of groundwater too, because Supervisor Mulheron's absolutely right. We really don't know what's out there, and it's critical. There are other issues that go along with that, are water quality. We know that we have arsenic in water in the North Coast, and particularly in the North County, and we're concerned about that, and it needs to be addressed so that we have safe, healthy public water too, which is an important part of what the assistance that some of the smaller water companies need, is being sure that they're delivering potable water that meets the state standards. And that's difficult when you only have 40 hookups on your little water company. So this is something else that is important for people to take into account, as to where the county can play a role, because trying to track down information, if you're a small water user, even myself as somebody who wants to disinfect water because I have a limited water supply, getting good technical information is not easy, and that's one of the things that cooperative extension and a water resource team can help provide.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, for the last year and a half practically, that Supervisor McGordy and I have been on the drought or water task force, whatever you want to call it, that we've said, the key issues are knowing the quantity and knowing the quality of the water that we have in Mendocino County. There's a real need to have those studies done, and I think that there's been progress made. Round Valley just got a $500,000 grant to pursue some of that study. But moving forward, how do we best position ourselves for this, the short-term opportunities like we've talked about? And when I look at this plan, like Supervisor McGorty put out like a draft RFP, for what this water resource specialist would look like. And when I look at the task and consider that we're talking about possibly $200 an hour, task 1 is to provide support for Mendocino County Board of Supervisor Drought Emergency Ad Hoc Committee. And certainly we had that at the beginning with Josh Metz when he was contracted with the county, but then after his contract ran out, we were able to continue on those meetings, and I think that the meetings were productive. And we only used maybe a deputy CEO at times, but also we just used clerk of the board staff and some people at not $200 an hour rates. When I look at task number 2, identify funding for critical studies and infrastructure needs in Mendocino County communities and water service providers. What I'm hearing from providers out there in water districts is that a lot of that information's already been collected, and that we have some of it within the county, and also we have on retainers some engineering firms that could quickly bring that up or collate that information from all the different districts out there. And so we're well positioned in that regard. And then the third one was forming a water resources team that can serve the functions of a Mendocino County water agency. And that kind of goes back to Supervisor Jurdy's issue about what are we really trying to do with a water agency? What are our goals? And how do we move forward? And if we don't know what we really want, it's hard to get anyone to follow that direction. And so I just have real questions about that. I think that, my real concern is the short term, are we positioned properly, and long term, how do we get what we need and figure out what we really want? And so I think that what I'm hearing from the CEO and the staff and from water districts is that for the short term, we might be all right. And we should be able to be nimble enough and take advantage of any state funding opportunities that are out there.
Supervisor McGorty.
So I have a question for CEO Antle. So last year, how many proposals went forward from Mendocino County that were the result of collaborations with the Drought Ad Hoc and state agencies?
Darcy Antle, I may need some, CEO, I may need some assistance from Howard, who's pulling out his notes. I do know that the Fort Bragg grant was awarded, and that was a collaboration that we worked with the city of Fort Bragg, and the county actually paid the grant writer for that. They were on a contract with the PERM team already. And then we also applied for the larger grant here, which I don't believe we retained the larger grant, but we did get the water hauling grant, and that was done with the current team that you have. And I don't know, Howard, do you have the full list? Because I know some of the tribes and others were awarded grants.
So in reference to the drought funding program, it looks like there were 9 projects. I've passed this list around. It's published for the public's benefit. It's at the DWR website, that went to cities and other agencies within Mendocino County. And of course, the most recent one, Supervisor Haschek referred to, the Round Valley Water District in collaboration with the tribe, got the last one. So there were 9.
And, so the point that I'm making here is that Josh Metz played a really key role in this. Like, for instance, the Fort Bragg grant was a case of where the Department of Drinking Water came to him and or he went to them after hearing from John Smith that there were issues trying to get the new water supply lines put into Fort Bragg. So having somebody, these things don't happen randomly, I guess is the point I'm trying to tell you, is that you have to have a strategic plan with your committee. Otherwise, stuff doesn't get done. If you don't have somebody who really has their eye on the ball and is thinking as they're conducting a meeting, as they're hearing from stakeholders, as they're talking with water agency people, stuff starts to meld. And if we just say, well, yeah, we can write for grants, we got enough people to do that, well, it might happen, it might not. So whereas if you've got a point person who is looking at what are the immediate needs in the community that could be addressed by these drought programs, which are highly competitive, and how do we position ourselves so that when we submit a grant, it's going to get attention and it's going to succeed? I think that those are that's what this person does.
Glenn, I support your idea. I think there's probably a majority here. What's missing is how do we pay for it? It's a good idea. What I need in the motion is what you want to cut to pay for this plan.
So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, CEO Antle, but we have money that could be repurposed from Howard's budget since.
Well, you want to give a cut to Howard's budget?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because right now, a lot of it is administrative support for Howard's program, and we'll take along with it some of the responsibilities into the resource team to take care of.
We're going to go to CEO Antle.
I'll let Howard address that when I have a different.
So the plan was that DOT continues with the mandated functions that the county was providing. And as there's new staff on the new water agency, whatever that is, they would take that work and then they would get that revenue. And, and again, half of that 190 goes to 2-quarter positions at DOT of staff. The rest are these contracts we administer. So, but if they took the work, they would have the revenue, and yes, there would be a start to a position.
So is it accurate that we're talking about spending the same dollars twice? Because these dollars are already assigned to work. So if we take those dollars, we also need to take the work that those dollars were performing, which means you're not really ending up with a new resource, right? You're ending up with a person in the water agency getting paid with dollars that were previously DOT, doing work that was previously done by DOT. It's a wash. So what I'm looking for is a motion that describes how the CEO is to pay for this program, cut blank to pay for. I support you on the program. I think you're right. If we don't, we can't afford to not do it. The future of water security in Mendocino is a critical public safety concern. I just don't know. I'm afraid if I tell you how I think we should pay for it, there's going to be a big backlash. So I want one of you to take the blame. What do you want to cut?
CEO Antle, again, the other funding that we have was kind of a one-time opportunity, but please describe that. So just to show that the board has in the past approved this already.
Yes, you have set aside $250,000 for this year, one-time funds for this year to get going. I did want to point out that with a consultant, staff doesn't take direction from a consultant. So either way, for a consultant, we would need to go out for an RFP per county policy. And we would also have to assign staff to work as a lead. I think you're seeing that Supervisor Williams in another grant that we're looking to get where we are using a consultant to help and advise technically, but we still have to have a program manager on site to manage through what I would call county and government type processes, and then provide the direction to the staff and or to a grant writer if we had one.
And in the past, we've had support from Deputy CEO Steve Donacliffe on this with Drought Ad Hoc, and I would expect him to continue in that role.
Yeah, correct. You've had Steve, and you've also had Director DeShiel and Amber Facette acting in those types of roles.
CEO Antle, how much money would the board need to identify in order to pull off Supervisor McGordy's proposal? If we want to say yes today, what dollar amount do we need to come up with to cover it?
The dollar amount that he has in his proposal is using, I believe, the 250, and I think 225 of that was going to the consultant, and at a half-time consultant, I think it was about 1,100 hours. I'm trying to remember the slide. And then I believe there was an augmentation, 25,000 that was going to the UC extension to support travel, I believe. So most of that was going out to a consultant or to UC extension. That wasn't for supporting Howard's time or staff time.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this is going to be relevant to the board's discussion right now, but I do want to make sure that you're aware the water agency does have the power to, for specific projects, levy a special benefit assessment, create a zone of benefit, and it also has some taxing powers. It doesn't look like those statutes have been updated since Prop 13 was passed, so we'd have to do a little bit of analysis to see whether it's still possible for them to enact taxes subject to approval of the voters. But I just want the board to be aware of that.
Thank you. Supervisor Jordy.
I believe the $250,000 that CEO Antle was referring to was part of the $1.2 million in unspent PG&E funds that were allocated one time or another for water projects. So, and I think we have the money in the short term, that's another reason in my mind to go with consultants, because we don't have an ongoing revenue stream at the moment for this. But I think we definitely have the money. I think what we need to do though is if we hire these people, we need to have an agreement on what's the priority for their time. Is it to assist the first water districts that come walking through the door, the squeakiest wheels that ask for the money, or do we have some sort of thoughtful process that, in my mind, would include making sure that the water districts we're assisting are actually charging the going rate, because so many of our residential customers in Mendocino County are already paying the going rate.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, it goes back to, is this, for the short term, is this the best way to move forward? And I'm hearing from the CEO that we can get this stuff done with our internal capacity and some external capacity, and it would probably cost a lot less than $250,000. And so then we're looking at how do we position ourselves for the long term, and is hiring a consultant going to help us out in the long term? I don't think so. I think that what we need to do is what Mr. DeShiel laid out, was kind of put it out there, see what we get, build from internally, and with time we'll have a working agency. But I just don't see paying this amount of money for a consultant is the way to go.
Should we go to public comment? Any public comment in the room? Online, you can raise hand or *9. Online, we have Devin from Farm Bureau.
Good morning, board. Devin Bohr, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. Couple of comments, I guess, and a couple of observations that this board has been discussing a myriad of water issues over the last several months, and rightfully so. It should be at the forefront, I think, for all of your districts. And I do agree that really, if this entity is to be resurrected in whatever capacity, that it really should be more of an assistance type of a role. I think that is no point in reinventing the wheel for some of the expertise we already have amongst the districts and the municipalities. I guess what I would say is that to some of the points that have been brought up this morning is we do have quite a few of our residents that live outside of an actual organized district. And some of the unknowns that have been discussed, such as the water hauling, extraction ordinance, what's going to the Planning Commission. We've got the governor's executive order N722 that's sort of been punted to environmental health. Those are the questions I've been receiving, have been from individuals with wells outside of districts who are now looking at various county departments that might be providing them with various directions, lack of oversight, and perhaps not having qualifications for looking at hydrogeology, within these departments. And that's been the sort of the downturn of our county, is we don't have any sort of specific level of expertise. We've got different staff in different departments that get punted water-related projects, and it makes it complicated for the applicant, whoever they may be, to get through the process. You know, I'm not going to get into a dispute with Supervisor Jurdy. I think that what I'm going to do is work with our local water districts and invite him to come over to a meeting. I think we need to have a discussion about some of the misnomers about the rate differences that he is comparing. It's not apples to apples when you're comparing municipal water to raw water sources. It's not apples to apples when you're comparing our state riparian water right code to a municipal water right holder who doesn't have a water right. There's whole levels of complexity that go there that could be part of this conversation. And I invite Supervisor Jurdy to come over and have that conversation with us. So I will work offline for that. But I just say that our county has never really had an organized process for dealing with water and supporting the residents, whatever they're in a district or out of a district. So that's just something to think about. Thank you.
We have a caller from 2452. Please state your name for the record. You need to unmute. *6 on the phone. Looks like the caller has dropped off. If you call back, we'll try to give you another shot at public comment, but for now it's back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if you can pull up the MCWA implementation plan and go to page 14, I think it is, where there's a task list that has been identified based on stakeholder comments. And I think this might be helpful to Supervisor Hasek about the complexity of what he's expecting to sort of spontaneously happen.
Hang on a second, I'll try to get it up.
Okay.
Which page?
Let's see, I think it is
14? This one?
Yeah. And this was identified by our, the kind of stakeholder group that they interviewed. And then we looked at different functions that if you had an agency that you would expect people to do. And you can see there is a long list of things that I don't think happen kind of randomly, just without somebody really focusing some attention on these things, because they're identified as long-term needs, and you won't move forward if you just say, oh yeah, if a grant comes up, we've got someone who can write it and submit it.
Can I interrupt? Atlas, can you move it so it shows all three columns?
It's actually the chair, but I'll see what I can do. How's that?
Much better. And then you can scroll down to whatever. I just think this is what Supervisor McGordy's referring to, so we should be able to see the whole thing.
So where does the board want to go from here? My concern is still funding, and I know we have some set aside, and it seems appropriate to use it in this capacity. But I will note we are deficit spending. CEO is planning to come back to get board approval on borrowing more money to pay for our operations. So everything we spend at this point is putting debt on the next generation. maybe it's still worthwhile because at least we're giving the next generation water. I hope that we really come through and provide water and not just load up the debt.
Well, I wouldn't bother doing this if we didn't provide water. I would, why take, first of all, the political beating? and second of all, why deficit spend? Those are really grave concerns of myself as well. And as somebody who spent a lot of time dealing with water issues, this is the best solution I can come up with for right now for trying to address Mendocino County's needs. If we just sort of say, let's just continue doing what we're doing, well, we're going to be in the same place that we have been, where nothing's been done for the last 12 years since I shouldn't say nothing, but limited work's been done for the last 12 years since we did away with the water agency. And we're now facing one of the biggest existential crises that we've ever seen on the planet, and our water supplies are at severe risk. And I can't see just sitting on the sidelines. I'm sorry, but this is my solution.
Yeah, so I want to thank you for all the effort that went into the presentation, the brainstorming. You have my support on this. I would appreciate it if the board at a future meeting could talk about how to not deficit spend. Move forward with this proposal, but trim somewhere else so that we're not deficit spending. I think that both of those priorities are equally important. Supervisor Haschak?
Well, again, I just don't think that we need this consultant that's going to be working 58% of the time at $200 an hour to do these things. I think that we can do it internally, and that the long term is we need to put it out there to get a person who can learn the ropes and learn the business and provide that over a long term, because this is it's a one-shot deal, and we don't even need it.
No, I really disagree with you, Supervisor Haschak, and it isn't going to be just a one-term deal, because we are building a water team. The new people coming in UC Cooperative Extension will continue with the policy and analysis and the science. So it's not a one-time thing. Now, it could be it's a one-time thing with a consultant. That may be just what we do, but that's what we need, because now is the time. We're in a crisis situation. We can't miss the opportunity for grant applications, and I'm not as confident as you that we have the internal capacity to do it, or I wouldn't be bothering with this.
We go to Supervisor Jurdy and then come back. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, so I'm not convinced of this allocation at this time. Supervisor McGordy, I heard you say that very little has been done since the water agency was disbanded. And I actually think that's not accurate. I think it may accurately describe the inaction of some of the water districts in our county. I don't think it accurately describes the action of many of our water districts in this county during the time that the county water agency was gone. And I think that unevenness of leadership by the water districts throughout the county, some failing to do their job, looking for a handout, but not willing to charge their customers enough to help themselves. Other water districts in the county asking their ratepayers to pay what I would say are the state rates for water so that they would have the resources to solve their problems and aggressively seek state grants. There's a disparity of leadership between the different water districts in this county. And I actually don't want to reward the lack of leadership by some of the water districts with county funds. And so at this point, I think the $250,000 is too much of an ask. So I'm siding with Supervisor Haschak on this.
Supervisor McGordy, I've wondered if objective and key results might be the right goal-setting framework for the team to use to define measurable goals and track the outcomes. Would it be possible for the board to support you today on this proposal conceptually, but have it come back a little bit more authored as a implementation plan? Specifically, what are the criteria for the consultants? What do we expect them to get done? What does the timeline look like? I think you mentioned approximately 7 months of work. Is it all at the end, or are there milestones that we could track along the way? I want to support you on this, but I want to make sure that we have some measurable results. Speaking of which, I think we asked for West Company to provide a monthly report of measurable results, and I don't know that I've seen it. So this is the reason why. I think you're right. We can't afford to not solve this problem for the next generation, but we need to make sure we don't spend the money and then 7 months later have nothing to show.
So what precisely are you asking for then in an implementation plan? Is this to look at what our goals are and to...
Well, I don't want to allocate and spend $250,000 and then at the end of the 7 months have a presentation to the board that we accept, because by default, that's all we really can do. I want to make sure that something tangible comes out of it, that we've made progress. Maybe it's not water flowing, but we have a plan that's ready to submission to the state for money that we know is available. Something concrete. What would that look like?
Well, first of all, it would be successful grants. You know, that's probably the first thing that we would want to talk about. I think we have a needs list that's been generated via the Drought ad hoc. So we kind of know what communities are looking for. You know, assessment of groundwater in the North County, improvement of water systems for the coastal area that's outside of the incorporated area of Fort Bragg. Those are some of the things that I think are really high priority that we'd focus on. If you want me to identify specific...
That's what I think you probably have support here today. It's obviously split. I'm hoping we can build more unity. One of the ways to build unity is to show specifically which projects, which grants will this person apply for on our behalf. Or if you don't know which grants, how many? You know, one grant per district, or, you know, I don't know if a quantity, specific grants, specific proposals. What is the work product that will come back? And I'm Supervisor Haschek.
Well, just with your reference to the West Company and that they have been providing monthly reports, and they will be providing an update to the board on the 16th. So that is happening. And with this whole issue, there are grants out there. Can we apply for those grants without using $200,000 for a consultant? And the other issue is, you know, the UC cooperative extension model. I think everyone in this room would agree that we should be using them as much as possible, and that whatever collaboration we can have, you know, with our water issues would be great. You know, I just don't see this this model of the high-priced consultant being the way to move forward with a water agency or our long-term issues.
Well, that was, you know, the consultant is in lieu of actually having a staff. So if you look through the report that GEI generated, they figured that to have a permanent staff member would cost about $300K a year. And I feel with the consultant, hey, we can use them. If it's not working out, we're done, you know, and we have a commitment. I certainly agree with Chair Williams that we can make a real target list of what we specifically plan on doing. I think that's something that is doable, and that would be a way to move forward. You could make funding of this contingent on an acceptable list, and I would be comfortable with that.
And do you think that list could encompass the entire county?
Yes.
Okay, so everybody should be able to tell their constituents that there's a project that will be worked on in their district.
Yes.
Ukiah, I'm not sure, maybe you donate yours to one of us in need.
Yeah, Ukiah kind of has stuff covered. They're champions of bringing money in. I know that in the last 5 years, since the last drought, they brought in at least $40 million and have a bunch more pending.
Well, and I think our supervisor from Ukiah has stated in the past she understands that revenue in Ukiah largely depends on people in the unincorporated coming in and spending money in the city. And so I appreciate her support on these projects that are outside of her district. Is there a motion? CEO Antle?
Yes, I just want to remind this board, whatever direction you choose, obviously we will support, but per our policies, we still have to go out for an RFP. I've heard a certain name mentioned, I don't believe we can guarantee that at this time. We do have policies that we need to follow. And then I would also point out that, again, going with a consultant still requires staff time and that support to move forward. I just want to make sure that the board's clear. It's still going to require some of Howard's team's time and some of PERM and OES and grants division time.
Can you put a dollar amount on that time? Your staff time?
I would estimate, just sitting here at the moment, if you're going to be paying a consultant $200 an hour for roughly 1,000 hours, our staff would be required to attend the meetings as well to stay current. And I believe that happened last year, where I had Sarah Pierce on most of the meetings, and also Judy Morris or Steve Dunicliffe, as well as Brent from OES, who helped coordinate all the calls with Cal OES. So, for every consultant hour, you're probably looking at 2 or 3 of staff time, as well as if we're going to do the grant writing. I don't believe we want to pay a consultant that amount of money to help write our grants. So we have another contract out for grant writing. Typically, for every grant, it's costing us anywhere from $6,000 to $10,000 per grant. So depending on how many grants you go out, so it's going to add up quickly. I would estimate roughly, with the staffing level that we're at, we would be doubling the amount, 250. So I don't know, Howard. Do you have any thoughts on that? Did you track your time?
Well, yes, I do track the time. Let me just use some examples. One of them, well, you could say both of them weren't the greatest success stories, but as you'll recall last year, I wrote the scope for the RFP that hired the consultant, turned out to be GEI, to work on this water agency effort. When the board approved that contract, there were tasks and deliverables listed in the contract. So you would get an opportunity to read what we bring back to you as work tasks for a consultant and the deliverables. They're in every contract, every scope that we bring to you. The other one was less successful, where we hired Larry Walker. I gave the board, I think I had 7 tasks, and I wrote those. And the reason I hesitate to bring that up is I was a complete failure because we didn't get that grant. Larry Walker applied for what we told them to. It dealt with a lot of groundwater issues throughout the county. Fortunately, some of the same things we asked for, the Round Valley community was successful, pulled out. So, I've been, I have to take the criticism for my failures. I've had a lot of failures all through my life, so I'm pretty used to that. But I would say when we bring back the consultant contract to you, they're going to need to line out these. It looks like we'll have 5 grants in 5 districts, something like that. I usually let the consultants write up those specifics and put them in the contract. If we think it's a good contract based on your direction today, you'll get to read that. That'll be in the contract, what they're going to do and the amount of money. And I do believe CEO Antle is correct. The time that staff will spend is usually identified in the contract. It'll actually say consultant responsibility and staff responsibility. And we probably will be responsible to attend meetings. If we're going to actually put the grants together with the technical advice from the consultant, we'll write those contracts so you see what we define as our responsibility. We'll be able to give you an exact estimate then. But she's probably right. We'll probably spend as many hours as the consultant will.
Howard, a follow-up question. If we write these grant proposals, or we pay a consultant to write grant proposals, will the county receive the award if successful? And then will we manage the project? Are we managing it for a water district? How does that interplay?
Well, it almost sounds like what I'm hearing from board direction is because the county doesn't have water infrastructure in any of the 5 districts that, you know, maybe, and again, and this is one of the real problems you've got. You got your road and bridge guy, C student civil engineer, trying to help you guys with water. You know, that's been a real problem.
Water and trash.
Yeah, yeah. So you know, when I go out, now I can't design a bridge either, but I by golly go get an RFP, get someone who knows what they're doing on a bridge, and then they impress me and they write a good scope, and I bring it to you and ask you to approve it. In a lot of ways, I will look to whoever responds to the RFP with their proposal, and if their proposal indicates that there are projects that are within other districts or other entities in your 5 districts, then that'll become the scope that impresses us and we bring back to you.
So Glenn, I think we have a problem again. If it's $250,000 that's already been set aside by the board and another $250 for staff time, I'm back to I don't know how to pay for it. How bitter would you be if the board supports you conceptually but asks you to work with the CEO offline on a specific plan, funding and deliverables?
Well, I wouldn't be bitter at all. This is a long-term planning project. I signed up for this as a supervisor, and that's what we do.
Frankly, the best thing for the county would be for you to forget about some of your other assignments and work on water for us.
Probably. Yeah, probably. I think that, again, going back to who in the county knows about water? There's just a few of us, and it takes time. It takes time to do this, this is kind of, you know, in some respects, staff does this stuff, not supervisors, but we don't have staff, so we're trying to figure out how to make this fit and work. Just a couple of real quick questions to CEO Antle. So, in a lot of the grants that you apply for the state, is there the ability to recoup some of your expenses for grant writing?
It varies greatly. So some grants we can do, like the grant writer can be included, but the majority, especially with some of the federal grants, the answer is no. And it's usually any pre-work is excluded. So the work that comes in after. And to Howard's point about, or somebody's question, I guess it was your Supervisor Williams or McGordy, about who would be the recipient of those dollars and manage those. It is, in this case, it would be ideal if it went directly to the districts and the agencies, the water districts that are out there, or some other entity to manage. But typically what happens, at least has been happening in disaster recovery, is that those grants are awarded to a county. So we're having to manage those awards, file the fiscal reports, and then hire out, in some cases, somebody like RCD or Fire Safe Council to actually do the boots on the ground. And I think the one example we had was, or a good one, is the Redwood Valley Water Project, where we had to hire out a consultant to do that, but then we also had to have Howard manage it for the last almost 5 years. And then the disaster recovery and the fiscal team is filing the reports and tracking the funding through the county coffers.
And that particular grant, the grant paid 100%. And, you know, that'll be another problem because not all grants are 100%. And then you need, the district benefiting would have to pay the match if there is one. I mean, hopefully we'll get 100% money, but they aren't always. Redwood Valley was. So I basically could hire a consultant to do virtually everything because there was, you might say, unlimited money.
Any chance of a motion?
So I'll make a motion to approve kind of our my concept A of working with UC Cooperative Extension, creating a water resource team using up to $250,000 contingent on a list of projects that comes back to the board before we move forward.
I'll second that, adding that it represent, that list would represent each district or be a county-wide list. And that also it has very clear objectives, milestones, and outcomes that the consultant would then present. It also should include the amount of staff time that will be used to support the efforts.
Does the first agree?
Yes.
And did the clerk capture it? More or less? Good enough for government. Any discussion? Roll call vote?
Supervisor Jurdy,
No.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
No.
and Chair Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries with Supervisors Hashak and Jurdy dissenting.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate to take a break now. Does staff want 10? Yeah, so let's come back at 11:40. 11:30. The other 10.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
But we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
and by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
नमस्ते, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
Item 4D in regards to SB 552 and the structure of a future drought task force committee, sponsored by Supervisors Hatchak and McGorty. Supervisor McGorty.
So I believe that Director Dashiell put this PowerPoint together, and I'll have him go ahead and present.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm Howard Dashiell, Director of Transportation. You know, briefly, the item before you stems from the fact that roughly a year ago, the board created an ad hoc that began meeting on the drought emergency. And they called themselves the Drought Task Force. And lo and behold, as of this January 2022, the state and SB 552 said, well, you have to have a drought task force. And frankly, Mendocino County had one and has had one. I believe I've outlined in my one slide the things that SB 552 says that we need to do, and we are doing them. We can accomplish those. And there's even an attached a white paper, you know, just a statement of the county's existing policies and code sections that meet those requirements. The situation is, though, is of, I believe, a meeting or two ago, the board disbanded ad hoc. So I'm looking for the board to continue the drought task force in some form. And with that, I'll take questions.
Director, do you need this slideshow on the screen?
No. Okay. If the public has it to read, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Hold on. It's on the next item, Drought Ad Hoc Committee update.
Mr. Chair, would it be all right if I were also to update the board on this item?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. As the board will recall, at the prior meeting when there was some discussion about the compliance with SB 552, I highlighted for the board that I would need to do a little bit of looking at whether, given the language in that statute, we would need to be a Brown Act body, or the Drought Task Force would need to be a Brown Act body rather than an ad hoc committee. as Director DeShiel summarized nicely, the board actually created an ad hoc before this legislation came around. But I think if it's going to be meeting the requirements of the statute and it's going to be the Drought Task Force to accomplish this goal, I do believe that it's appropriate for it to be either a standing committee of this board or some other Brown Act body that the board would create. And that's coming from the definition of legislative body in Government Code 54952, which is including both any body created by state law and also any body with ongoing subject matter jurisdiction created by the board. And since this is specifically called for in statute, and since it is referred to as a standing task force in the statute, I believe that the appropriate treatment is as a Brown Act entity.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, it seems like we've been talking about 2 people on the Drought Task Force. That's what we've had, the history of it. But I guess the question is, with the state requirement and the task force, would it be a standing committee of a select number of people? Do we need to determine that? Is there any number besides the 2?
If I may respond to the chair, I would say it's at the board's discretion, right? So SB 552 does talk about you working with other agencies. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have to, create an entity that those specific agencies have seats on. I believe that you could just make a standing committee. You could, assign it to an existing standing committee. You could create a new standing committee, or you could create a new advisory body that was labeled the Drought Task Force.
Supervisor McGorty.
So my preference would be to keep it very simple. And if we have an existing structure that's basically doing a lot of the functions, I would stick with what we got. I just have a little bit of question for Supervisor Haschak. We seem to be diverging a little bit philosophically on how to approach the task in front of us. And I'm concerned because I don't think we have enough internal capacity, and you seem to think that we do. So is this going to be kind of a deal breaker for us working together?
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I think that's the beauty of having an ad hoc of 2 people. Is that, we've certainly seen things in alignment for what the needs of the full county are. And I think that, we had a difference of opinion on this past issue, but that the board voted 3-2 to go in a direction, so I'll support that direction. It's getting the work done, it's representing the whole county is what I'm concerned about. So.
Okay, well that's encouraging. And as I look at what the SB 552 is focusing on, it's focusing a lot on groundwater and particularly potable water, which has been my thought all along. If we had gone for a sales tax, that was really my number 1 priority, was to address being sure that people had water when they turned their tap on. So it's going to change a little bit of the focus that the ad hoc has been, which has been a little bit more global, but this really puts the onus on us to address specifically potable water supplies for people, and that's something that is going to be a little bit of a change than what we've done in the past.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you very much. I would just look to the clerk of the board for clarification. I believe that Supervisor Haschak and Supervisor McGorty represent the Public Health and Safety and Resources represent the board on the Public Health and Safety Resources Standing Committee.
That's correct.
I think it's in an effort of simplicity that we add the Drought Task Force. Maybe I suppose it's an agenda item on each one of those meetings, and then that's where that'll be discussed. Those meetings are clerked, they're noticed, and instead of creating a new date and time, we could just use that place to fulfill this requirement.
So the chair has some thoughts on that. Typically, the chair doesn't sit on a standing committee, and Supervisor McGorty will be chair next year, I presume. And I think whatever work he starts now on the standing committee will need continuity into next calendar year. So I'm fine. I like the proposal of not creating another standing committee. We don't have staff time to do minutes and clerk it and schedule it and all that. But I think forward-looking, we might want to think about making an exception and having next year's chair also sit on a standing committee. Supervisor Mulhern?
Next year's vice chair would be willing to assist the chair with any duties that he needs to assign to me so that he has time to work on a
and this year's chair would be happy to assist him in any way that involves this chair not having to be involved in cannabis or fixing the water problem. So sounds like you have support. Do we want to go to public comment? Is there any public comment in the room? Any public comment online, *9 or raise hand? Devin?
Yes, hi, Devin Bohr, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. Just really quick, I heard a little bit of both there. I would say that wherever this goes, for those of us who have been participating in these processes with the Drought Ad Hoc Committee, it's been a little bit of a challenge not having sort of a regular schedule for these meetings, and sometimes the notices come out a bit late. And since all of us have very, full schedules, maybe one thing that could be done as this process goes forward is trying to come up with a consistent date and time for meetings and see if we can get something on the calendar as soon as possible, so that, the variables of the interest in the county that participate in the water-related conversations are there to listen to the conversation. That would be appreciated. Thank you.
And so, Devin, with a standing committee, which we recognize is required according to the state policy, the meetings will be added to our master meeting calendar and known for the whole year in advance. It should make it easier for potential partners to show up and participate. I will say it will make it more difficult for the two supervisors who stand on that committee to work outside of a properly noticed meeting. So we're not going to see the two of them out, at a meeting in the field talking about the water and drought issue. Next caller is Tamara. You're unmuted. Go ahead. We're not hearing you. You might need to unmute on your phone.
You may also look at changing your audio source. It looks like you're on Zoom. If you go to the audio button in the bottom left, you can click the little arrow and change your audio input. That might help.
Okay.
Supervisor Williams.
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I apologize for my audio problems. Tamara Alanis, Brook Trails General Manager and resident outlets. I wanted to comment on hopefully some of the things that I've heard about rolling this into the existing resources standing committee, or at least making the drought committee a standing committee. One, for the reason that Devin had stated regarding the publishing of the times of the meetings. And two, for the very purpose of the legislation, which talks about the assistance to state smalls and private well owners. And I think in hearing the conversation from the board today on the previous item, as well as over the last several months, those are some of the constituents that you're really talking about getting assistance for outside of existing districts, because we do have some abilities to do that, and there isn't necessarily going to be a clear role for the county in how to administer those grants. Having worked with the county on the hazard mitigation grant program through Redwood Valley, I definitely saw that work that CEO Antle referred to and the level of responsibility of the county staff in administering those types of programs. So anything that you could roll in together is only going to be helpful for all of you and your staff. And I think that one of the things that you will be able to do is to continue with what I appreciate, which is the discussion and some of the dissent that we're hearing from the different districts, so that we really can have a more clear idea about what the role of the agency and what some of the decisions that maybe a standing committee like this could consider in its combined role between the natural resources and drought. So here you have, I think, a clear segment of the process that you will need to make some of the decisions that you were talking about in your previous item. So I do encourage you to roll this into your existing standing committee and look forward to seeing the result of your discussion. Thank you.
That concludes public comment. It's back to the board. Is there a motion? Supervisor Mulhern?
I would move that we incorporate the SB 552 drought ad hoc duties into, or drought task force committee duties into our existing public health and safety standing committee. I have that name wrong, I think.
Is there a second?
I'll second, but I just have a question that a lot of times, well, we've been having those drought task force meetings at 4 o'clock, and it was for the convenience of, you know, the different people who were representing water districts throughout the county. I just want to make sure that if we do incorporate this into the existing standing committee, that we have that time flexibility.
So I think the time, location, and date are set on the master meeting calendar that was approved back in January. So it may be possible to amend it, but it would take some time. So initially, rolling this into the existing committee means the discussion will happen at the currently agreed upon time.
Correct. The master's calendar's already set. Atlas may be pulling it up at this moment to talk through that with you. I would also point out, if you're going to go at 4 o'clock, it will require staffing this meeting, and it will require overtime for your staff if you're going to pick the 4 o'clock time.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Yes, so we typically have both standing committees on the same day. So we'll have Public Health, Safety, and Resources taking place at 9 a.m. and then General Government would take place beginning at 1:30 on the same day. Currently, for the rest of 2022, we have standing committee meetings on August 15th. We have one on October 17th and one on December 12th. At this time, I have not received any, updates to the current referrals that we have out for standing committees. I know that we have canceled the past two due to lack of movement on the current referrals.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, why not list the time for the same time as the existing standing committee and just say that the meeting will take place at blank hour or as soon thereafter as practicable?
So there's a motion. Any further discussion, or are we ready for a vote? Roll call vote.
Who was the second?
Me.
It was Haschek.
Okay, so I have a motion to refer the SB 552 drought forest topic to the Public Health, Safety, and Resources Standing Committee.
No, we're not referring it. The County Council language?
Yeah, I would suggest that you're designating the standing committee as the drought task force for the purposes of SB 552.
In the first degrees? In the second degrees?
Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Jordy,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
and Chair Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4E, a funding request in the amount of $2 million of the opioid settlement fund, sponsored by Supervisors Mulhern and McGordy. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you very much. I'll start this item off. Over the last 2 years, this board, Dr. Miller, and our Measure B committee have come a long way with the uses of the funds from Measure B. As is outlined in your agenda summary, we have been able to open a behavioral health regional training center, have a coordinated community education with our local branch of NAMI. The RCS is providing crisis aftercare to individuals that do not have Medi-Cal. We've opened the CRT, the Phoenix House, and are now serving clients. There are 3 specialists on the mobile crisis response team responding with law enforcement or instead of law enforcement. There's been an audit of the funds of the Mental Health Treatment Act, and the PUF is underway with design and working with our facilities staff. I think that due to some of the challenges that COVID presented, the state was delayed in releasing their opioid deaths statistics. Those came out on July 26th. In 2021, Mendocino County experienced 47 deaths due to opioids. The data shows that we've had an increase of 165% since 2017. And we know that we have a sharp increase of overdoses in our emergency room through working with law enforcement and our other public safety personnel, EMS and fire. We know that we have high levels of opioid use in Mendocino County. Ford Street Project and Ukiah Recovery Center presented to the Measure B committee a request for funding as part of using Measure B funds. And if you all recall, during the campaign and listed in the ballot measure was that those funds would be used for substance use. And to date, we've not used any of those funds for that purpose. The city of Ukiah has offered to the Ukiah Recovery Center partial use of their opioid settlement funds. And Supervisor McGordy and I are asking the board to consider partially funding this project with Measure B funds and opioid settlement funds. All of the details obviously have not been worked out yet. We don't have the exact amount of what our opioid settlement dollars will be at this point, and we will be it is my intention, and I think Supervisor McGordy as well, that if the board considers moving forward this, what we would be asking for is support to have staff continue to work with Ukiah Recovery Center and County Council to come up with some type of timeline of strategy for being able to use these funds. So we're not asking for a check today, we're asking for support to move forward in ongoing conversations. I did invite Jackie and Clover to share a PowerPoint presentation. Supervisor Williams, would you like your question answered in advance of that, or would you like them to present?
Why don't we have them present first?
Okay, great.
And it doesn't look like we're connected.
Would you like me to pull the slides up?
Yes. That would be amazing. Thank you. Here. Chair Williams, other members of the board, CEO Antle, thank you very much for allowing us to speak to you today about our funding request. I come with the executive director of, or the director of the Ukiah Recovery Center, Clover Martin, and our operations manager, Ryan Bowles. Our funding request is to complete the funding on a Ukiah recovery expansion that we've been working on since 2017. The Ukiah Recovery Center is a 40-bed facility licensed by the California Department of Healthcare Services, and we provide both residential treatment and withdrawal management there, and it's located on Brush Street. Withdrawal management is what we used to refer to as social detox. Additionally, besides providing folks treatment, we realize and recognize that 60% of the people we serve come to us unhoused and unemployed. And so our efforts are not just around overcoming addiction, but helping with the other things that may have contributed to becoming addicted.
Sorry, would you like me to advance the slides? Or I don't
Yes,
know them.
should I
Okay.
just
let me know when.
give you that? The next slide, please. Thank you. There were some important milestones, and because this board was involved in setting this into motion, I wanted to call this to your attention. Fort Street became a drug Medi-Cal provider or subcontractor of Partnership Health Plan in 2017. In 2018, this board approved the Mendocino County joining with the other counties that became what we called the Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System. And so the concept here was for small, rural Northern California counties that didn't have a lot of local services would be able to cross-refer. Cross-referral can be kind of a back office or billing and reconciliation nightmare. And so Partnership kind of cooked up this scheme and serves as the back office. Or in other words, Clover and Ryan are able to serve people from these other counties. And we just submit our bill to Partnership Health Plan, who pays us, who then goes back and collects from the different buckets of money from the other participating counties. In 2018, at that time, as we were working very closely with Partnership, they encouraged us to consider expanding, and we were awarded a $350,000 planning grant that helped us start this work or this effort. Next slide. The recovery expansion priorities became really obvious during the COVID pandemic, in that helping people who need detox get drug tested and find their way to our facility became more and more treacherous. And so we started working even more closely with the ER doctors at Adventist. During that time, we also began to realize that we just didn't have enough capacity for withdrawal management, that our current situation, the way we had organized our beds and stuff, we just didn't have enough, and we would end up with people asking for help, being referred, but we couldn't take them. And so one of the drivers for this solution that we developed was really, what's the quickest way for us to expand our capacity to serve folks who need withdrawal management? I know you all understand and have heard the concerns and risks in our community: use, abuse, and fentanyl. You know, these are situations where we all, with the help of the hospital who provides the medical clearance, we need to react quickly, and we just couldn't with such a reduced capacity. So that's a driver. The other important thing that I want to mention is once we are able to connect with the person and help them through withdrawal, over half the time they start asking about treatment. Having a conversation with somebody who's active in their drug use and encouraging them to come to us is a different conversation than when they're well, they feel safe, and they can see what's happening around them. So it is true that people in withdrawal management process are not attending group and some of the other things we do. They're able to sit in as soon as they feel well enough, and I think that gives them an opportunity to foresee if this is something that they would be willing to do. So I think the it's a mixed blessing. We need to get bigger and serve more folks, but also as we do, realize over half of those folks then go right into treatment. Here we go. The other things that we offer, as I'd mentioned before, are the ancillary services that literally help folks prepare for life after their time with us. And so just to help balance out all the effort that they expend in working on their addiction, we provide vocational classes. And these include simple things like food safety, knife skills, kitchen operation, and eating healthy on a budget, our garden overview, and soil propagation, planting, and harvesting. Everyone at the Ukiah Recovery Center participates as best they can. Okay, so here's the garden. Mainly just a beautiful picture to help you realize that we do our best at creating a sense of wellness for folks, and gardening proves to be a really wonderful metaphor for people in recovery. So let's get down to the expansion plan. So again, with those initial $350,000 that we received from Partnership Health Plan, we determined that we would demolish a warehouse that was on a piece of property that we own that's adjacent to the Ukiah Recovery Center. We would repurpose the existing sober living environment that we have today, and we dedicate that just for withdrawal management services. And then we would construct a larger treatment pavilion that would provide 2 additional group rooms, a reception area, and 4 one-on-one office spaces for counselors who need to meet privately with clients. We would also construct a 3,600 square foot, 22 bed sober living environment to replace the one that we've now repurposed and determined to use to provide withdrawal management support. There's an older home on this site, and we intended to remodel it and dedicate that house to just serving women. That would be an 8-bed sober living environment for women. Then to tie it all together and to improve the safety and security of the people in treatment, we determined that there's a long driveway today that gets you to the Ukiah Recovery Center, but we would extend that driveway to Ford Street, so we would have clear and direct line of sight that would, I think, really improve situations at times when we need to call on emergency situations. Okay, so here's the result of the first phase. That's a picture. The before picture is the old warehouse that was dismantled and demolished. And the after picture there were 3 trucks of wood taken out of that building. We repurposed all the metal siding and all the interior wood, with the only material that went to the landfill was some cement, the original cement old pure blocks that the structure sat on. Okay, let's look at the plot plan. So if we look, I should probably do this so I can look at this. Okay. If we look at the area that has the square around it, that's the new construction. If you look at the buildings above them, those are the existing buildings. So the next slide will show you in greater detail. So the parking lot that you see at the top is the existing parking lot that will serve, both sites in the future. You'll see that's the driveway that's continued all the way through to Ford Street. The square building with the aisle or the opening down the middle, that's the 22-bed sober living environment for men. The little rectangle above and to the right is the home that's going to get repurposed to serve women. And then the other new construction is that treatment pavilion. That is where you'll see the 2 large group rooms and the one-on-one office spaces. So that is the picture or the plot plan of our expansion. Let's go to the money. The total cost of this is $7.1 million. The demolition and early site engineering and early design costs were paid for through the Partnership Health Grant. So those things have already been fully funded. And it also left us with the money we will need to continue to do the interior outfitting once the new buildings are built. The building that we call the treatment pavilion, that's that large building with the 2 large group rooms, has been fully funded. We have received $3,042,000 from the state and a behavioral health grant. So that award we have received that award, and that $3 million covers that new big building and also about half of the other costs to do the security fencing and the road. So what that leaves us is with a $4.1 million request, and as Mo explained, after reviewing our request with the Measure B committee, Shannon Riley, who's the Deputy City Manager of the City of Ukiah and a member of the Oversight Committee, made that proposal that Mo described. So some things to remember or some things to consider is this money is money that you have access to. This is Measure B funding, and the $31,500,000 some odd dollars that have already been earmarked or expended, none of those dollars have gone to any direct services for substance use disorder folks. And so that's why we felt our expansion project aligned with this program nicely. Also, a recent grand jury report also confirmed that it is important that some Measure B funding be invested in providing SUD services. Okay. Some things I want you to know about Ford Street before we make this big decision. We're a small nonprofit. We have 35 employees, and this program, this residential treatment program, has been providing state-licensed substance use disorder residential treatment and recovery services for 25 years. This is a mature program. We are licensed, we are audited by the state, we are audited by partnership. This is a well-established, effective residential treatment program. The other programs that Ford Street provides in our community are we operate the food bank that's located at 888 North State Street, and we provide a Unity Village housing program designed to assist unhoused families. And that's a sober living environment as well. A lot of the folks we serve are folks that come through the Ukiah Recovery Center and are new in their recovery. Next slide. Some things you need to know about the people we serve at the Ukiah Recovery Center. Remember I talked about the organized delivery system, and that it makes sense that we will then serve some people that are from other counties. When we looked back at who we served over last year, of the 219 drug Medi-Cal clients that we had, 151 of them were Mendocino County residents. So we still continue to serve predominantly Mendocino County residents. The table below is a table I had to create as a part of the application for the state funding. And I think it's particularly important for you to notice that we have effectively made appropriate outreach and inroads with our local tribes, that we serve a significant amount of people who are Native American, and we have the support of local tribes. We honor their religious practices with our own sweat practices on site. And I think because some of our staff are Native American, we have been able to outreach to folks that really need the support we provide, and we can do it in a culturally significantly sensitive way. I felt like I had to talk to you about the people in the community as well that help us do what we do. None of us are like completely vertically integrated. And so it's important for you to know what my Adventist health partners provide and how important they are to the services that we provide at the Recovery Center. So Dr. Marvin Trotter is our medical director, and he's been very instrumental in improving the integration of substance use disorder treatment services with the local ERs and MAT providers. We had good connections before the pandemic. The pandemic brought such staffing uncertainty with some of our providers. I think to say it was disrupted is a soft statement. So I feel like it was very helpful that we had Dr. Trotter, who knows how to navigate the community really effectively. Dr. Duncan Johnston is responsible for all the emergency rooms through the Adventist hospital system. And he was quick to help us and listen to the problems we were having with COVID testing and quick to address how he could help that. He's also been very helpful in helping us help the ER docs understand what clients need before they come into treatment. You know, the ERs is a precious and scarce commodity up in Northern California, especially in rural communities like we have in Mendocino. So getting people out of the ER, if they literally could benefit from withdrawal management at a place like Ford Street, it's a win-win for us and the ERs. But often that takes the ability for the local ER doctors to understand what's possible and what we need. And the other part of the Adventist system that helps that is Marianne Gould has a group of substance use disorder navigators in the ERs during the day. And they literally identify and help in the ER the people that would likely be eligible and capable of being able to detox at Ford Street, and again, don't need to remain in the ER. And last but not least, Dr. Young is a very effective medically assisted treatment provider, and he's not far away from our facility. And so I feel like it's important to acknowledge that I'm very proud of what the services the team delivers, but again, we rely on some medical professionals to help us make that happen. And then, I think, last slide, just, yeah. One more. In fact, one more. Here we go. So, on behalf of the Ford Street Project Board of Directors, I respectfully request the County of Mendocino to approve $2 million of opioid settlement funding and $1,612,000 of Measure B funds to be provided to Ford Street Project in support of our Ukiah Recovery Center expansion effort. All of those funds will be dedicated to capital development efforts with no funds to be expended on operating costs. Questions for me?
I have a couple questions. With the funds only allocated to capital costs, how will the ongoing maintenance be covered? And I ask as somebody looking at a county that has deferred maintenance on buildings every which way that are just like crumbling and leaking. Is it that it's not factored in, or is there a different funding source for upkeep?
I run my business by, I make revenue on services provided. And from those services provided, I have to pay my folks and maintain my property.
Yeah, okay.
And so I think that And we too have fallen victim to deferred maintenance in the past. But again, this is where working with partnership has been very helpful for us. They understand that. So in my daily rate that people pay when they attain services with us, I feel like we're paid in a way that helps us maintain what we need to pay our staff and maintain our facilities. What's really difficult for me to say that is the last 2 years, we have had months where we didn't cover our costs, and the next month we got a flood of referrals, and we made up the loss from the month, previously. But a lot of that has been because of COVID. And so I don't think any of us know what steady state looks like, but I'm a business person. I rely on my clinicians and the folks that know how to do recovery, and I feel like it's my responsibility to make sure that we offer these services in a way that we know we can continue, and maintaining our property is a part of that.
And did the Measure B Oversight Committee support this request?
There were multiple concerns from the Measure B committee.
Yeah.
One of them was about that because we don't serve the seriously mentally ill, there was confusion about are we eligible for Measure B funding? And as I hope I've answered your question today, according to the Kemper report, we are.
Are you able to, I hate to put you on the spot here,
Sure.
but are you able to go back to the Measure B committee, show them those facts and get their support? It would help me as a supervisor if I could not override the decision of the Measure B committee. Is there a way to bring them into the discussion and get their support?
I could, but I have to tell you, I don't think that everyone on the Measure B committee is operating with the same understanding of what the Measure B funds are supposed to do. And also some of the suggestions they made, I can't do. It would literally, it would negate my contract with the state. And so, one of the suggestions was, this is too much money, we're not willing to pay prevailing wage. I can't agree to not pay prevailing wage.
Of course.
Right.
So I thought your presentation was outstanding. The slides and your delivery, I really appreciate it. And this is coming from somebody who doesn't like slideshows. So thank you. But I guess my questions are really for the sponsors of this item. How do you feel about moving forward against our Measure B Oversight Committee? I would prefer we find a way to work with them and build some unity, because I think otherwise we will disenfranchise them from considering future projects if they know we're just going to ignore their recommendations. Proposals, if we're soliciting proposals, I think we should put it out there and go through an official process, because there may be other projects that would like to propose uses of the opioid money. Not that I wouldn't support this one, but I think we had this problem with the ARPA funds. We had it with PG&E. I think we need to have an open, well-defined process before we award incoming money. We don't know what we're going to get or if we're going to get it yet. We think we are, but we don't know. So it seems a little bit premature to be committing funds that we're spending money that we don't have. And then last, we're spending a lot of the Measure B money in one part of the county. You have a PUF over here being built, you have a CRT. It makes sense to put these facilities in a population center, and by all means, Ukiah is the best population center for being closest to as many people as possible. But this tax applies across the entire county. The coast, District 5, most of District 5, we're not seeing much local service provided by Measure B. So I'm not looking to say this type of facility has to go on the coast, but I guess I'm looking for a handshake from my colleagues that going forward, we will make sure there's some equitable distribution of funds. You have people being taxed saying these facilities are a 4-hour round trip away. Maybe it's more convenient than Sonoma County. Maybe it's not for some. You're in Wallala, Santa Rosa can be a better deal than going to Ukiah. And I think that we have a library tax coming up, and I have people calling me asking the same questions. Is this just for Fort Bragg and Ukiah? What do we get out of it? And I think if we're not careful, we're going to demonstrate that taxes are for services in one part of the county. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ukiah is really the county seat of Mendocino County. Ukiah Recovery Center services are open to all members of the county, and it should be encouraged that all members are using those services. I don't think that we should be dismissive based on its location. I think it is, it's pretty interesting to hear you say, when I was a new member of this board, we approved moving forward with actually several Measure B allocations that we didn't have full support from the advisory committee from. And I don't think that they're against it. I think that they had questions. And what we're asking for today is support of the board that the funds could be used in this way. I think it is very important, as we discuss 2 taxes that'll be on the ballot in November, that we talk about how the Measure B funds have been used, and they have not been used for substance use disorder treatment. And as somebody that advocated and campaigned on behalf of that measure, that was one of the major reasons why I supported it, because I saw the youth in my community, I saw nieces and nephews and children on the streets dealing with addiction. And we know that all through COVID, it's rapidly increased. So to continue to kick the can back and forth down the road, which I sat in the back of this room for 2 years and watched that happen with the Mental Health Treatment Committee and the Board of Supervisors, to watch that can just get kicked back and forth, when we have an opportunity to move forward and expand on a project that's already underway, to really collaborate and facilitate the needs of our community, I don't want to sit on the sidelines for that. I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of incorporating that. And absolutely, as you discussed earlier, understand that the entire county has needs, and I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form that future funds shouldn't be used on the coast or in the North County, and definitely are advocating for those as well. This project is shovel ready and is presented in front of us, and is really, in my mind, the last piece of what we should be doing with Measure B with those capital funds. We will continue to work on the services and that additional percentage of that tax to make sure that those funds are distributed equitably. But this project, just because it's located in Ukiah, it doesn't mean that it's providing any other additional benefits only to Ukiah's residents. Certainly, every member of our county should be seeking services and using the services. Regarding the opioid settlement funds, I fully understand that that legal process is not done and we don't know our full dollar amount. I understand the concern that we have had in the past about how those funds are distributed. Again, with just the numbers that were released on July 26th, like, this is an imminent danger to our community and an opportunity to do something about it right now, and not wait for a year-long process of getting proposals of how to use those funds. So that's why I brought the item forward, and that's why I'm obviously pretty passionate about it.
Supervisor Haschuk.
Well, I totally appreciate what Ford Street's doing. I enjoyed the walkthrough, and I think that you did a walkthrough with probably all the board members and also the Measure B members. So appreciate that, and it's great work. It's really needed. I do have the same concerns that Supervisor Williams expressed about, the Measure B money. I certainly would like to have the Measure B committee chime in on it, because right now we don't have any kind of overview of the budget for Measure B. And, my concern is the PUF unit, and it's budgeted for $20 million at this point, but like the jail, we've seen that 20 million quickly becomes 30. And so I would like them to, certainly have their opinion heard about what the best way forward is. And then with opioid, yeah, I agree that it should be an open process, that we should we should consider, all solicitations for the money before we decide one path. Because I think that there'll probably be quite a few out there. And we don't even know what the real numbers are yet. And it's looking like a 20-year process or something like that to get the money. And so it would take a kind of a huge leap of faith to designate $2 million in this case at this point. So, with that said, I just have those concerns. I really appreciate the work you're doing, and I think that it's a worthy project.
Supervisor McGordy.
So a few things about the location of a treatment facility is one of the things that's critical is it's got to be near a hospital that's functioning and in good condition. The other thing is that if you're going to staff such a facility, you have to be in a community that has a hope of housing people, which I think Ukiah is better than most. I think that people who are being paid the salaries that are offered from Ford Street can afford to find a place to live, and it's a little bit easier here in Ukiah than it is in other locations. I do share some concerns about some of the vagueness of what the money sources and also what we heard today about the jail affecting us with trying to get our PUF unit off the ground. So that is something that's worrisome to me as well. So CEO Antle, what do you know right now about the opioid funds and what might happen with them?
I'll look for some support from County Council on this one. My understanding, it's $241,000 per year for approximately 18 years. Other than that, I don't know that we have a lot of clarity unless County Council has something written. So you basically, my understanding right now to be able to do this, and again, I appreciate the work that Jackie and her team are doing, but you would be borrowing against your general reserve, which is something you can't do at this time in the budget process. So I'm not quite sure where else we would be getting $2 million at this point. So I'll let Christian.
If I may, Mr. Chair, the projection, I think, for year one, which is tentative, was 241,000. That doesn't, that number is subject to change. So, the rates of money that go into the abatement fund and the level that we would be getting is going to vary based on the participation rates nationally and statewide in the settlement agreements, and also based on which defendants settle. So the 241 is sort of the only number I have right now. That may well change, and we are looking at 18 years in terms of when the settlement gets spread over.
So we don't exactly have the money in hand at the moment. The thing that's haunting to me is the number of people who've died from opioids here in Mendocino County, the statistics that Supervisor Mulherin shared with us. And again, I just feel like we can't sit on the sidelines and let this happen, but so I don't know. Jackie, are there alternative ways that treatment can take place? Will you treat people even if you don't have a brand new shiny facility, or what? Who else is out there to help?
I'd like to explain some things that I don't think you understand. We are working with the probation department, the public defender department. We are integrated with our sober living environments to help all sorts of folks that are in what we call reentry. So if we give up on, the state's going to pay for the treatment pavilion. What I'm fighting for is sober living environments for people. So we don't, after 30, 60 days of successful recovery services, just boot them back out in an environment where it's very hard to find housing. And so, if one of the things that I think helps the folks that go through our program is for those that are literally unhoused and unemployed, after they complete their recovery education, and they have their plans to go forward, they're in a safe place until they get themselves employed and find safe housing, because we have a sober living environment. If you say no to me today, we're going to continue on with the money that we receive from the state. And that means probably 15 months from now, we will repurpose the people that are living in sober living right now. Nothing changes, but when the new treatment pavilion is built, then we will make this transition, and that will mean we'll have to give up on our sober living environments for folks. And I think it's, and I know you look at us like we're in Ukiah. We serve people from Fort Bragg all the time, and many of them come into our housing. So I don't think it's as geographically separated as you may think.
So Fort Bragg isn't in my district, but I think
Well, I guess
Supervisor
I mean
Jurdy
the
may
coast.
appreciate that. My concern is I hear a lot from folks on our south coast who say Sheriff Allman came through a campaign, told them they would have local facilities. Where are they? And I'm having a hard time giving them an answer, and I explain, county this size, this many patients, putting the PUF in Ukiah is the only plan that really made sense. We're not going to afford 2 PUFs, and you can't put the PUF on the coast in terms of population base. And they ask, well, what about the other services? And I actually have a pie chart I could bring up. Fort Bragg respite, also not in my district, $960,000 allocation. That represents a little bit less than 3% of the Measure B funds. So I'm not against this project, but I'm asking, if it's approved, I would like equal funding allocation for similar services on the coast. The South Coast, county staff in the past has told the South Coast, well, you don't have a lot of cases. Well, people on the South Coast tell me there are cases. It's that the services are too far, so they give up. They're not going to Ukiah to a sober living. That's not their community. That's a 4.5-hour round trip. So I think this is a good plan, but I'm more and more nervous that Measure B is supporting one part of the county, and the funds need to be spread out given that they're collected from all corners. Go ahead.
With all due respect, you have to realize there's 2 buckets here. There's a huge bucket called serving the seriously mentally ill, and that's what the crisis residential unit is for. That's what the PUF unit is for. When you throw this small portion that is needed for substance use disorder treatment in that, as if it's not one bucket. We serve a completely different population.
Well, that's so going down that path, it looks like 100% of that bucket would be used in one part of the county. And what I'm asking is for an equal split. A third to half on the coast and the remainder inland, I think would be equitable. Maybe John would say North County needs some also, but your proposal makes sense to me. My concern is for the board that we're not allocating in a manner that's equitable for the entire county, and I think that'll build distrust for other countywide taxes going forward. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, so I mean, I respect Jackie Williams, and I think that come forward from the executive office in concert with behavioral health. So what I would like to see is maybe a pause, not for a long period of time, but maybe 60 days, come back to the board in the next 60 to 90 days, and with some strategy by the executive office, which is ultimately responsible for a balanced county budget, with the behavioral health department to look at both the Measure B funds and the prospective opioid funds to make sure that we're not overlooking something with these opioid funds. We've barely even discussed these opioid funds in closed session because of the litigation. But it seems a little fast for this to come forward and not to come forward from the executive office with consultation with behavioral health to say, yeah, this is the best use of these funds, and here's our global strategy for the opioid funds altogether.
Supervisor McGordy. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I did just want to clarify that we did work with Dr. Miller, and we did discuss again with the CEO the the item that we are bringing forward. So what we're looking for today is support to continue to work with the executive office and Dr. Miller and the Ukiah Recovery Center to come up with a plan of how to use the funding. So a couple of meetings ago, Supervisor Williams mentioned you either come forward with an item that's too full baked or you come forward with an item that's not baked enough, I suppose. I'm not a baker, but I think that's where we're at right now. Is what we're looking for is, do we all understand that Measure B clearly says, and I guess you understand what I understand, it says that we are going to use that funding, some of that funding, for substance use, and we haven't done that yet. So we're asking, this looks like a good fit. Can we move forward with trying to figure out how it would work? I do see that Dr. Miller has joined the meeting.
Dr. Miller, would you like to voice your opinion or your recommendation?
Sure, I guess I can. Sorry, I'm running in between. I have jury duty today, so I'm here for a few minutes and I will try and fill in. I can give you both the behavioral health side and the Measure B side, since I am the Measure B chair, if you want to hear both of what Measure B recommended also.
Please, but try to be clear on which comes from which hat.
I definitely will. So I'll start with Measure B. And then I'll end with behavioral health. So the item was brought forward at the Measure B meeting in July, I believe it was, no, June. And there was concern from the members of the committee regarding sort of the use of Measure B funds. There was, I think, as Jackie spoke about, there was confusion on, is Measure B dollars specifically for just specialty mental health services or all mental health services. And there is a lot of belief that the focus is really on the SMI, and that's what came out during that meeting. And there is, I think, some confusion on what the initiative really does speak to when in regards to mental health and addiction. And the initiative really does say treating both mental health and addiction. And we really did change the language to say behavioral health so that it wasn't limited to only mental health facilities. And I was there during that writing and was one of the advocates to change the language to behavioral health, because there are other facilities that Mendocino County could benefit from, not just a psychiatric health facility. Of course, there's been a lot of emphasis that we really need the psychiatric health facility first. There was conversation regarding prevailing wage and what did that look like. It was asked to be brought back, the information on prevailing wage, to the September meeting. Commissioner Riley brought up the use of the opioid funds, that the city has some, and it looks like they're willing to put their funds forward and proposed kind of a three-way split between the county opioid funds, city opioid funds, and Measure B. The committee spent some time just talking about the proposal, the concern that the original ask was 4.1, being that there is concerns about building a psychiatric health facility. What is the ultimate cost going to be? Do we have enough left in the reserves to build the facility and fund Ford Street, and then also the piece of the Capital Facilities Reserve. So those were kind of the big picture things that came out of the Measure B meeting. It was decided to kind of put this item on hold. We did not take a vote on this item with the intention to have it brought back in September with the additional information that was requested to then vote on the item in September. And part of that was for Measure B to look at, is the county willing to put some opioid settlement funds towards it? And then what would that actually look like as a three-way split? So that is an item that is supposed to go on the September meeting for Measure B. In regards to behavioral health, so I'm going to switch over to the behavioral health side and not speaking as the chair of Measure B. I did talk to Supervisor Mulhern regarding this proposal, and I did have conversations with Commissioner Riley prior and obviously Jackie. And we know that we need more substance use treatment services within our county. I mean, that's That's, I think, known. We know we have an opioid epidemic. We know we have people dying on a regular basis, and we know we don't have enough treatment, specifically detox in residential and sober living environments for the individuals that do go through treatment. So there is a need in our community for these services, and I don't want people to think there isn't. There's a huge need, and the more services we can provide, the more people we can treat, and hopefully have better outcomes and reduce the number of calls law enforcement goes out to and has to interface because of substance use. You know, we talk a lot about the impact of mental health on law enforcement, but substance use has a huge impact on law enforcement calls, and obviously the number of individuals that end up in our jail because of substance use. So having more treatment options is definitely beneficial. We know that sometimes from the outpatient side that Fort Street fills up and doesn't always have options. And then we know that when people finish residential, they don't always have places to go. And so they end up back on the streets or back in their same living environment. And once again, they're using. So I think that it is a project from the behavioral health side we need to explore. I think it's needed within our community. I think what Supervisor Mulhern has said is that we're here talking about, is this a topic we can talk more on and start planning how do we use our opioid funds, and is this the project, and is it a good use of Measure B funds? And I do think that it's a topic we should continue to discuss. I think it's beneficial. They're needed, and I would hate to see this not be considered as part of our opioid funds if we're getting them and how much we're getting. I can't speak to that, but it is a needed resource in our community, and I think it can just benefit our community the more resources we have. And I know that Jackie got the state grant to expand treatment options, which is absolutely amazing because we do need those. And I think the other piece of creating a living environment is the next step. When we talk about a continuum of care, it is part of the substance use continuum of care. So I think that we have to not forget that substance use is a huge problem in this community. And I think it's a conversation we need to continue to have. And I think it's a good conversation to have regarding how do we use our opioid settlement dollars, and and really talk about how much can Measure B possibly give. I don't want to speak on behalf of Measure B, so I'm just saying, I think it's a conversation we need to continue to have. So, and I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have.
County Council has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, a little bit more of a comment. I want to make sure. I want to just address some things in terms of process and timing, because I do, I've heard some comments. I think Ms. Williamson made some statements about it needing to be, approved urgently, or there being some time-sensitive components of this. I do want to be clear. These processes usually take a fair amount of time for us to get together, and I wouldn't want to create an unrealistic expectation or timeline as to how long we would need to be able to draft appropriate documents, even if the board does decide to go forward. So, if the board decides to go forward with this, I think realistically we probably need about 6 months, and I may need some assistance from some outside counsel to draft appropriate documentation to make sure that the funds are appropriately encumbered. It can be done. It's a process, and then you would need, if you're going to be spending money you haven't received yet. It's going to be a little while before I can tell you whether or not it's possible to borrow against the opioid settlement funds. Outside counsel is talking to the Attorney General on that and trying to get a little bit more clarification. And you would also need to identify an appropriate pot of money as well. If that pot of money were general reserves, you wouldn't be able to access that until next year's budget hearing, absent a declared emergency. So you'd need to find some other pot of money if we're looking at something a little bit more time sensitive. And I'm not certain exactly what was contemplated here. I thought during Measure B, there was an understanding that there could be some time to evaluate and to move forward. If this is more urgent, I wouldn't want to create a situation in which staff is not able to meet the board's expectations in terms of timeline and turnaround.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, it looks to me the request here is specifically for a funding gap that's not yet been identified or approved anyway for housing at the site. And if that's the case, I'm not 100% sure that this is the best, or certainly not the only source of funding for it. The state uses federal funds called the Community Development Block Grant Program. Jackie's familiar with the program. It's bureaucratic, but both the city of Ukiah and the county can each apply for those funds in equal amounts. Cities it can get just as much or more than the county can in any competitive grant. And those funds are geared towards people who, based on income. I mean, they probably have a pretty good idea of the income of the people in these programs. My hunch is they might well qualify for the low income category. And if so, I wonder why, given the fact that the CDBG funds are very often restricted for very low income people, and therefore the uses are pretty limited. If this is an eligible and competitive project, why wouldn't we just go for a competitive grant for this purpose and hold up, keep back those Measure B funds either for an operational subsidy for this project or others, or for the buildings that we know we don't yet have all the funding to provide. So, again, I think a 60 to 90 day pause with some look at this kind of globally by the executive office, behavioral health department, to make sure that we're not using scarce resources for projects that could be eligible for funding from some other sources.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I have some concerns about our discussion of distributing services from around the county as we look at Measure B. And this question is kind of for Dr. Miller. So if someone's in a mental health crisis in Wallala, do they have access to facilities here in Ukiah? And how do you handle that? So if someone is not doing well, how do they get here for treatment? And then the other thing is that in your experience, as you look at mental health as a whole in rural counties, what do people do when they're in broad spaces to make sure that distant communities have access? I mean, it's certainly we don't have all treatments possible, all medical treatments possible in our community, and we do have to sometimes go to other hospitals that are quite distant. And what's your take on this? Because it's something that concerns me. I don't want us to be so provincial that we end up not providing services, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's a big concern, and I know that it's really expensive to do medical treatment. So are we being unreasonable the way that we're setting our treatment facilities up for mental health and for SUDT?
Dr. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director. So I think it's very common throughout many counties, medium and small, to have center points for mental health treatment and substance use. I think what you see in counties, Sonoma County is a pretty medium-sized county, and you'll see their outside areas don't have, they're not built, they're building their PUP in their outskirts of Santa Rosa. Their crisis stabilization unit is in Santa Rosa. So their main substance use treatment programs are in Santa Rosa. That doesn't mean they don't have some other ones, but their main ones. So you see similar setups in most medium to small counties where they do have a large kind of center point in one of their big cities with most of their services. What we also see, though, is that those services that they do try to make sure that there are outpatient services that are more readily available within those communities so that individuals have that connection. They may not have their PUF in every community, but making sure that they have smaller clinics or really have those resources at a level they need them through communities. And so you'll see that in those smaller communities where, and then sometimes not, you know, I don't want to say that everybody has that because that's not true, but I think when you look at the ideal setup is that you have some of your bigger resources that do cost more to operate and aren't realistic to operate in multiple communities in a county. You have them sort of centrally located, but then you have your other continuum of care services within different parts of your community so people can access them. When we talk about substance use and mental health in the Gualala Point Arena area, people, you know, there is RCMS is within that community, but they really are a focus for mild to moderate. And then there are some especially mental health services. We have our mobile teams out there, and our dual response does respond out there, and there is some counseling. It does not have a clinic, and I think that's one thing we do hear from that area, that there is a need for more services within that community. Especially they'd like to see some more outpatient on both sides of the mental health and substance use side of the house. If an individual needs to be transported in for a stay at the crisis residential treatment facility, or is placed on a 5150 hold and needs to be transported to one of the emergency rooms, that happens several different ways. It could be mobile outreach and prevention services has done some transports. Law enforcement does some transports. Your dual response team has done some transports. Crisis, Redwood Community Services Crisis has done some transports. And then, of course, ambulance. So it happens a variety of ways. One of the things, and that's mainly when they have that need for that high level 5150 or to get to the CRT. We do hear there is limited transportation within those areas, and some of the services, and I'm talking services wide, I'm not just talking mental health and substance use, because a lot of times our teams will get asked to how they can get transported over because they need to apply for Medi-Cal, or they need to apply for Social Security, or they need to get their driver's license. Transportation is limited in those areas, and it does create a barrier for individuals within those communities to be able to access some services. So, that is some of the things we hear a lot of is the lack of resources, specifically on our South Coast. And I'm talking as a county whole, services where they feel like they would like to see more services within those areas, or more ways to be able to get to services that are in our other areas.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
Just to point out a couple of things. When we're talking about sober living environment, it is not a housing program. It is a program. It is not housing, period. It is a substance use program that supports someone after or during their recovery process. So it is a program. It is not housing. And secondly, for people that are obtaining our services, 90 to 95% of them are Partnership Health Plan clients, and Partnership provides the transportation for that.
Yeah, so Supervisor McGordy, I think your hand is up before mine. Okay. My concern is more, having gone to, I don't know, somewhere more than 2,500 fire calls, I would say substance abuse is prevalent. And the scariest part of fire is not going to a burning building, it's doing traffic control at night, where you put together, most people have are on some substance. If they're not drunk, it's something else. Car after car, right? I see we have a serious substance abuse problem probably everywhere. I see it in the rural areas. And I've tried sending people to Dr. Miller, and she's actually helped with transportation and getting individuals from the coast to treatment. It is hard when people hear there's a solution in Ukiah. That's the end of the conversation. They're not going to Ukiah. I don't think you ever see them. I'm sure you see some people from the coast, but I think proportionately, evidence has demonstrated the best place to address substance use is in the community. And an hour and a half, 2 hours away, that's no longer the community. So I'm for this project, but what I would like to see is equal dollar amount be spent on the coast, split between the North Coast and the South Coast. Frankly, even Fort Bragg it's an hour and a half drive for folks on the South Coast. Doesn't feel like the same community, but it's still coast. I think Supervisor Jurdy and I could figure out a way to equitably divide those coastal funds north and south to make sure everyone is covered. And some of the, Dr. Miller pointed out that some of the big ticket items, a PUF, a CRT, I'm sure there's other services, you can only really do once. It makes sense to do them in Ukiah. But I'm saying Measure B, it's so concentrated in one area. I have a hard time telling people on the coast who are paying this tax that they're getting service for the dollars. And generally, I find myself to be a county supervisor, not focused on my district. It is so extreme in this case, it's hard to not raise my hand and say, hey, wait, we're paying the tax, what do we get? So it doesn't have to be parity, but it's got to be more than zero, which is what we've seen to date.
Will I be able to make a comment?
Yeah, go for it.
There was no representation at the last two oversight meetings from either the 4th or the 5th district.
Yeah.
One of the reasons that I think we took the conversation when it became troublesome that we would bring it here or bring it up was that we don't even have every representation from your districts in that meeting. So I understand that it looks like we're going towards a let's take a pause. That's a real expensive pause. I've won the award, the $3 million award from the state. A 60 to 90 day pause means I'm now operating 2 construction projects. So rather than doing the sober living environment and the treatment pavilion at the same time, building them at the same time, we'll have to separate them because I can't change my date commitments to the state.
Yeah, but that's a separate problem because I support your proposal. I don't have an issue with it. I'm just asking an equal dollar amount also be allocated for the coast. Because you understand, I have to go back to the coast tonight. Folks on the coast are going to ask, why are we being taxed for services and facilities that are only being provided in Ukiah? Why aren't we getting something in our local community? And to compound that, they were promised that there would be local facilities for substance abuse, for mental health treatment in their local community on the coast. And they're asking, these promises were made, we've paid the tax, where are the services? So I'm not against this proposal, I'm just asking if, and Supervisor Mulhern is right, you bring a proposal and it's either complete and people ask, why did you surprise us? There was no discussion. Or you bring a proposal that's partial, a concept, and then you're asked, well, why isn't it finalized? Where's the detail? So what I'm asking is to approve the concept, but as the team continues to work on this, make sure that equal dollars are spent on the coast for similar type projects. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, it's our county is divided by, the geography. And, but the population on the coast, it's something like 24,000.
It's about a third, but when you look at sales tax, we pay disproportionately more.
Well, we're talking about population, and we have needs from, Piercy all the way to Covelo to Wallala. And so I don't have a problem with having, the mental health or substance abuse dollars going to Ukiah because it's kind of the central location. Certainly we've tried to provide services with the respite care, with the Measure B money over in the coast. We are doing things looking at everything, but to just say, oh, well, half of it has to go to the coast, I don't think that's an appropriate way to move forward. And especially when we don't even have the money yet, and it's Measure B, and I think that this, for the opioid, we don't have that money. And with Measure B, we should be going back to the Measure B committee.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Mr. Chair, I understand the challenges that you have on the South Coast, and that the drive is very rural. I think that I've represented myself as an advocate for the entire county. And I wouldn't have brought this project forward if I thought it was only going to serve Ukiah residents. So that's not the intention at all. I think we can continue to work on the equity challenges that we have with getting funds to the South Coast, and frankly, getting funds to the North County, which is also another challenge. I have not ever sat in this seat and not advocated for the other districts in this community. And by this community, I mean the entire county. I also know that I'm about to be advocating that our taxpayers support our fire departments by using the sunsetting Measure B funds. And I would have a hard time looking people in the eye and saying, we're done with Measure B. We did everything we said we were going to do, because we didn't. We didn't talk about substance use. And that's just as an important part as mental illness, because so often they're hand in hand. And when you look at the number of deaths that happened because of COVID and compare that with the number of people that died of opioids in Mendocino County, we do have a public health emergency and nobody's talking about it. And I brought this project forward because I think it's that important, because I think it's time that our community talks about our drug addiction problems and we start catching people upstream. We start catching people before we have to build 3 more wings of the jail. We already know we have that responsibility and that liability. This is an opportunity to give people another path.
So I see you as a county supervisor, and I see you're always looking outside of the boundaries, and I appreciate it. I think this is a good concept. I would like to see it approved, but amended to either have Ukiah Recovery Center drop the Ukiah and find a coast location in addition, manage them both, increase the dollar amount to cover it, or if they're not interested, find another partner to provide similar services on the coast and roll it into a single proposal where everybody gets something out of it. And if John wants to point out North County or Covelo, some area needs a portion of it, by all means. I'm talking about making sure that we have equity in services. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. I would be happy to work with Ukiah Recovery Center and Adventist Health to see how we could possibly work together to come up with some type of opportunity for, I don't know if we could medically manage detox, but some type of facility. And that might be, working directly with Adventist Health. I mean, if you think that it's an appropriate use of, I'm assuming you're talking about Measure B and opioid settlement funds, then I am happy to work with our partners on the coast, because I think it's possible. I absolutely do.
Okay, then I would support you on that. I like the concept. I just want to make sure that the services are local and equitable.
It's already happening in Willits. So again, Dr. Johnston at Adventist is responsible for all of the ERs in the 3 hospitals, and they have substance use navigators in those places that can make referrals. And so it is true that it became much more effective and easy to do in Ukiah first, and we are beginning to be effective in Willits. But again, all those things take trained people that are, these are not peer support workers. These are trained people. These are licensed AOD specialists. So to just say, go do it over there, we can do outpatient that way, but in a residential, cognitive behavioral therapy kind of situation, it would be difficult.
Yeah, but somehow we have to say it's difficult, but we can do it, because those people are paying for the service. They're paying Measure B. And if we only provide services inland, they're not going to support future taxes, because they'll argue they're taxed and they don't get the service. So we need to get from it's difficult to we can do it. Maybe it costs more to provide in parts of the county. The goal should be equitable service delivery, not equal dollars spent everywhere. I'm not asking that every small town, every zip code have a service, but I am asking that we make sure the funds are spread somewhat evenly And today I don't see that with this proposal. I see almost I see about $3.6 million spent on one part of the county that maybe can serve half the population. So, County Council, did you have your hand up?
I did, Mr. Chair, and if this should wait until you're closer to a motion, I'm happy to let the board continue. I just had some questions about what might be expected here, what might be the timelines, and what the board might be looking to accomplish, because there's been a lot of discussion in terms of various things that would need to be looked at, various timeframes and concerns regarding pause. And I really want to have a sense as to what the board might be looking for if in fact you want to go forward.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Earlier, I talked about community development block grant funds being targeted towards housing for low-income residents. Actually, it's also services for low-income residents. So I want to be clear. My concern is I don't know, because we haven't had an analysis from the executive office. I don't know that there isn't another source of funds, state funds, federal funds that can meet this need. If that's the case, if those outside funds are available, then we would retain flexibility with the Measure B funds and with the opioid funds for other projects. So I think it's it's a concern of mine that we could be using the scarce opioid settlement funds, Measure B funds for a project that could potentially be funded from other state or federal sources. And for example, the city of Ukiah, they don't operate behavioral health services. So for them, it may make perfect sense to just, transfer their $400,000 to this project, because they have no other city department that would have had a need for these funds. We could have other county departments, county services, county buildings that could be in need of these opioid settlement funds and Measure B funds, but we haven't had that outside analysis, impartial analysis given to the board. Instead, we've got a proposal from an effective nonprofit based in Ukiah, and we've had a proposal brought forward from 2 supervisors. And I think it's worth a pause of 60 or 90 days to get that impartial analysis to make sure that we're not, frittering away our Measure B and opioid settlement funds on a project that potentially could be funded out of other funding sources.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I don't really see a need for a pause. I'm happy to work with Jackie and her team. I'm happy to work with the executive office and their grants team to look at other funding opportunities. I'm happy to work with Dr. Miller at the balance of the Measure B funding and work with Adventist Health to see what we can do specifically on the coast. And also, it sounds like we really need to be providing an update to the board of what's happening in Willits as well. So I would like to continue to work on this item, and I'm looking for board support to allow me to do that.
So without board support, you could continue to work on the item. That's always the case for all of us. But I'm open to supporting you on the concept, and in hopes that it'll come back refined to ensure equity of service delivery across the county. Not to say that this particular proposal wouldn't be included. I think you could move forward with this, but augment it with some other like services. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I'd like it to go back to the Measure B committee to have their assessment of it. And I'd also like to open it up, the opioid money, we should have a process where it's open to the whole county so that people can, there might be family resource centers or whatever. There's probably hundreds of opportunities out there that people should be looking at. So I think because we just learned about this recently, and if the it was put out to the community, I think we would have a response just like we saw with the PG&E funds.
So John, I started there, and I think Mo may have convinced me about initiative, that the 2 years of just watching nothing happen, and this was one of the commitments of Measure B, sometimes having a timely solution is better than having the perfect solution. And if we can treat people and get the work done, it means we're carrying out the will of the voters. So, I started with the open process. I still like that idea. I'd like to get closer to it, but I also support Mo's perspective that we need to get moving. We can't wait forever. We have a proposal that looks like it would make a difference in our community. So I guess I'm saying I'm kind of at a loss as to which way to go. I would sure like to see this come back a little bit more refined with the input given from the board. And I would trust Mo to take all of our ideas and come back with a more concrete proposal. Supervisor McGordy.
So can we summarize some of our ideas that we feel are important on this so that we can come up with a plan? What things are missing that you think are needed? So from Dan, I heard looking for other sources of funding that maybe have been overlooked, and kind of overview from the executive office. Is that correct?
Yes.
Legal analysis from county council. Equitable distribution of services.
A process.
A process. An open and transparent process.
Yeah.
Anything else?
And I think that, it would not be good if the board just said, okay, we're going to commit 1.6 million of the Measure B money without knowing, the finances of the Measure B committee.
Well,
and so I would like to have the Measure B, really, their oversight on this issue.
So a Measure B consultation basically on the subject. Well, that's 5 items. So how do we proceed?
You can make a motion, but we need to go to public comment first.
Mr. Chair, before you do, if I could just add a couple of things to the list. One is I think you need to identify a pot for the $2 million. You need to figure out where that would be coming from, because you're not going to have the opioid settled. I mean, even once the settlement payments start coming out, it's going to be the better part of a decade before you've accumulated that much. So if you're going to be spending it now or committing it now, you're going to need to figure out where that's going to come from. And you're also going to need to figure out the timing with respect to when you would be able to make that payment. And then I would also just add, I think you need to look a bit at the timeline here. One of the things that we consistently run into with a number of projects, whether it's the jail, whether it's some of the housing projects that get administered by the county, is that we end up under budgeting for time for the legal review, and that results in some very complicated documents that have to be reviewed very, very quickly, but it also results in timelines being missed because in some cases, there are just no ways for that to go forward. So if there is some sort of time crunch here, if there is some need for some sort of commitment, I think there needs to be some sort of assessment as to what that is and whether it really will be realistic for staff to be able to meet that. Because I just don't want to put you in a situation where you think staff is going to be able to accomplish something that we're not. And at this point, I don't even know what sort of timeline is being contemplated here for obligation of the funds, payment of the funds, drafting of the appropriate documents, or anything along those lines.
Supervisor McGordy, do you think that's inherent in those 6 items? Or? We can go back and review the video when we work on the item.
Yeah, so I think we have the board concerns. So what I'm hearing, to summarize, is that we like the project. The problem is that being able to move nimbly is not something that the county is noted for, and there's a lot of uncertainties and also some concerns about buy-in from key stakeholders, such as the Measure B Advisory Committee. And then I've also heard from legal staff that it's going to take some time for anything like this to be put together. It's not going to occur quickly. Jackie, realistically, what kind of a timeline are you looking at?
I think you need to remember too, I'm going through the same process with the state, so I'm well aware of that there have to be covenants and the agreement that the state, I think, is asking us to agree to deliver SUD services in the treatment building for 30 years. So I understand that. What I'm on the hook for and feel I can't go forward with the state without some sense of intention on the part of Mendocino County is they've allowed me and agreed that I can create my project plan with my budget, and then for funding that will come not from the state, it just shows up as match because it's going to come from this other place that I thought it was coming from Measure B or opioid settlement. So what I'm struggling with is I don't want to jeopardize the funding at the state. These things, as gets pointed out, these things take time. I'm appreciative of Mo's willingness to work, and we continue to work. But I feel like I can't continue to tell the state that it's in the works with Mendocino County, that it's for sure that you guys are anxious to support this, because I feel like we're still in the discussion stages.
Yeah, I have a question. When you say you can't continue to tell the state, have you been telling the state?
No, well, all I said was I was coming before the Board of Supervisors that here's the whole project.
Yeah.
And because the state asked, if this is the whole project and we're funding this, how many people are you going to serve? How many people more will you, they said, tell us the whole story, even though, you're asking for funding here and we are asking for this funding here. I explained that we were going to apply for Measure B funding for the sober living environment. So I just think, given that this is going to be a longer discussion and a longer process, that it would probably behoove me to go back and clarify, because we're in the contracting with the state place, clarify with them that that the other piece is still up in the air.
County Council?
Yeah, I think that's helpful. I would just identify, I think one of the key points is going to be what is the timeline at which decisions will be made on what that will be relying upon some expectation that the county is on going forward. And identifying those points and knowing when they're going to be coming up is going to be very important, and then identifying what questions we need to have answered before then and what information we need to give the board so that the board is able to answer those questions and make its decision by then. There's a lot of vagueness here.
So for a project that I want to see funded that I think is credible with a good presentation, it surprised me to see this item on the agenda asking for $2 million of money that we don't have, that we don't even really know that we're going to have. We think we might. And 1.6 that goes against our Measure B committee recommendation process. I think there's some truth to maybe Measure B committee. I mean, if they can't work through their proposal, eventually the board might just have to approve it or not approve it. And we've done that before. An 11-member committee is difficult. A lot of different ideas on that committee. They can't always move forward at the pace we would all like to see. But I also don't want to completely sidestep them. And I think it's, if there was an expectation that the board would meet today, consider this and fund it, and we'd be done, I think there's a little bit of a disconnect. I wouldn't have seen that coming. I would have thought this is an idea that we could accept the idea, contemplate it, figure out how it fits into the overall strategy, begin working on it. I didn't think this was like a shovel-ready fund it today or never. But maybe I misread.
I guess I anticipated that it's just taking a slog going through having to respond to some of the concerns that were expressed by the Oversight Committee. And because it would be to our advantage to be able to run this as one project. Yeah. I appreciated Mo and Glenn's willingness to bring it forward because I had heard that there had been other projects that were brought forward to the board. And again, I remind you, only 3 of your districts were even involved in this conversation at that meeting.
Well, that should be concerning right there.
Yeah, so you're asking me to wait till September. I hope everyone is in attendance at that time.
What I'm saying is I would expect a project like this to materialize methodically. And I would have thought our behavioral health director would say, there's a need we're not fulfilling, it's part of Measure B, we're going to go out for proposals, we're talking to potential partners. Frankly, it just surprised me. Not that I don't support it, I think it's a good, credible project. I'd like to see it happen. But we've gone from the first time ever showing up on an agenda to, it feels like if we don't fund it today, that the project may fail. And it's an uncomfortable position. I don't feel like I know enough today to make the right decision. And I don't feel like it's part of a holistic plan. And I don't hear Dr. Janine Miller telling us to approve it. I mean, she's giving us some, important feedback, but I don't know, I need more time to talk to her. Supervisor McGordy, you brought this forward. What do you think about my thoughts?
I think that they're probably legit. But I also, I'm struck by two things. So I'm struck by all the dead people that are in Mendocino County from opioid use, which is really disturbing to me. And then I'm also struck by the fact that I know Jackie and Ford Street, and that they're very good at what they do. So since that time, I think that there's a lot of concern on issues that have been brought up that we just can't ignore. So I'm also in a tough, uncomfortable spot with this.
Will the two of you be working together to come back with a plan as sponsors again?
We can. Just a question for Jackie, though. So tell me, what's the do or die time frame that you're on?
I would imagine that within the next 60 days, I'll be under contract we will have completed the process with the state. And so that means I will have, we're in discussions about building permits and getting final bids and all that stuff. So we'll, so what this will mean is we'll kind of split up and focus on what is funded and not do the whole thing. So that's the first threshold. I guess my last thought is I didn't, this is where we work. This is where we live. We serve this issue in this community and have for 12 years. I've been here for 12 years. It didn't occur to me that there would be other providers that could be eligible for Measure B funding that could add the value that we could add by just expanding our capacity. I'm also the co-chair of the Homelessness Continuum of Care. I'm well aware of funding for housing, but sober living environments, as Clover explained, are different. And so I appreciate that you've made the option for us to consult with the CEO's office and all that, but we've been beating this one for a while and are quite, I guess I would say, up to speed on what's available. So and what's expected. So again, to answer your simple question, within the next 60 days, we'll finally then get in contract with the state, and then that starts this 15-month calendar of, they're hoping that we'll be done the construction is done in 15 months. And so if it looked to me like, because there is a lot of contemplation and refinement that has to happen, that maybe by the time that happens, there will be some coalescing on what a funding solution, here might be. But I too was a part of the Measure B people that went out and talked to people, and I talked up addiction services, and to think that out of the close to $40 million, that not even $2 million will go to the only residential treatment facility in the county it kind of undoes me on this one. But that aside, so again, I'm willing to work on this, but there will probably come a time where working with my contractor and architect, if this doesn't look like it's likely to be available. We just do, as I said before, we would focus on completing the state project and then look for additional funding to complete the other.
So this doesn't jeopardize your state project if we don't have a match from us?
No, the match that was required by the state was more than that because we own the property. And also, partnership's $350,000. So no, there's no need for match. I was trying, and it was encouragement from my contractor. I was trying to do this in the most efficient way to keep costs as low as we could, the construction costs low.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. We haven't heard public comment yet, but I did want to just say, for me, in considering bringing this item forward, yeah, it does make a lot of sense to me. And I think that I'm probably the supervisor that is the most active physically in dealing with the homeless population. I'm sit on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, and I am, deeply immersed in everything human within the county, substance use, as we all are. But for me, I saw this as an opportunity to serve the people that we can't currently meet. When I, speak with the jail and hear the Stepping Up initiative and hear about releasing people, and we have nowhere to send them except for back onto the streets at 3 a.m. on a Sunday, all of these pieces connected together for me to reach this project. So this should not be seen as some sort of something out of left field. This is something that our county needs and would serve our county. So I'm happy to continue to work on it, but I don't want it to seem as if, again, I'm coming at it from some sort of place where it doesn't make sense.
So when I saw this, I asked County Council, can we commit these funds? And the answer I got, to paraphrase, was, we're not sure, maybe, but probably not.
Are you talking about the opioid, if I may?
Yeah.
You're talking about the opioid settlement.
Yeah, I don't
funds.
understand how today, so that's what's out of left field is there's an item to commit funds that we haven't received. We don't even know what the amount will be.
So again, we had to have the conversation so I could move forward. And I think it was Supervisor Jordy, or maybe it was you, Supervisor Williams, that said, I could work on this by myself. I mean, you can see how passionate about it I am. Does me no good if I can't get my colleagues to get on board to work on it by myself. So the item being brought forward today was to say, can I continue to work on this?
County Council?
Oh, I think you phrased me accurately, Mr. Chair.
The only other thing I would add is at the last oversight committee, there is, if you believe the reconciliation that's been happening with the Measure B funding, and this is the question Dr. Miller could help us with, there's significant Measure B money left. And so the only reason that this opioid settlement thing got thrown in here was it looked like there might be an opportunity for other substance use programs. So when there was a $5 million program that was in and now is not, so I think there's probably $10 million if the information that was shared at the last meeting is close to accurate. And so, I mean, if the opioid settlement issue is premature, again, I think Shannon was just trying to help get the conversation going, because I think the people in Ukiah see the value that Ford Street adds because of our alignment with law enforcement and the hospital. So they're just trying to be supportive. If that just turned into a problem, we could change the request just to Measure B, because according to the information we were given at the last meeting, that would take a chunk of your 10 or 11 million, but that could be done.
Can we go to public comment? Any comment from the room? And those online can click raise hand or press *9.
Hello, I'm Kenyatta Barnes. I'm grateful to join the community as one of the new family medicine interns. I've been, and to the board and to the citizens of Mendocino County, thank you for the opportunity. I've been tasked with conveying some of the concerns and reservations from multiple of the family medicine practitioners and residents regarding the Ford Street fund allocation. And one of them is, to our limited understanding, or at least to my limited understanding, they use a social rather than a medical model for addiction, as well as, of course, in any situation where you have individuals with substance use disorder who are engaging in more abstemious practices or who are reducing their intake, that could precipitate a withdrawal, and they wouldn't have medical staff there to service those individuals, which could potentially create an increased influx of those patients to the ED. So that's another concern. There again, there wouldn't be medical staff provided to provide withdrawal services for these potential patients. And that they also don't treat patients with mental illness. As many of us know, mental illness and substance use often exist concomitantly, and so there would be a huge swath of patients that would not be serviced through this venture. And so the concern is that $3 million allocated for a building that would not actually provide medical services to individuals with these sort of medical sensitivities, if you will, may be a bit, if not injudicious, just may be less than optimally effective for that particular population. Thank you.
Can I respond to that?
Well, let's get through public comment first, and then I'm happy to come back to you. Is there any more public comment in the room? Public comment online. First, we have Anna Stockel.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. I just want to reiterate that how long did you guys spend talking about this, yet the public only gets 3 minutes, and that's a little bit frustrating. And I just used part of my 3 minutes. Supervisor Chair Williams, I think you are on point with everything you said. You seem to understand the problem, and it's a little bit frustrating to hear you have to propose how many times, at least 10, that there should be funds, equal funds allocated to the coast, and you don't seem to be backed by your other supervisors. You seem to understand it, and we clearly need it here. And I'm very well schooled on the problems here on the coast. I live in Cleone, and we have nothing here. And it is a problem. And before I forget, I would think the public would like to know, you're talking about $2 million, and I think the public would like to know where the other 38 million are going. Having said that, here is the process for somebody addicted. First, they have to have medically supervised detox. And it is a public policy of our Mendocino Coast Hospital not to detox anyone. So we do not have that. And that is step one. It is life-threatening to detox without medical supervision. After detox, then the person needs to go to rehab. During that point, they can be assessed for mental illness, but you can't assess it when their brains are full of drugs. And I just heard the last person correctly state that, they go hand in hand. So they need to go to rehab next. Then they need to go to a sober living environment. And that means housing. And I've heard it stated correctly. They can't go back on the street. So that means housing. So what do we have? What do we have now? We have a rehab in Ukiah that requires, as far as I know, I heard you guys talk about there's some ways to get transportation, but the only transportation I know of is a cab. And these people have zero money. It's all spent on drugs. So it's like you can't get there from here. And you have to address everything every step of the way. And we do need these services desperately here on the coast. So thank you, Supervisor Williams, for being aware of what's going on here. And I just want to support that we need these funds here on the coast. And I'd like to know what we're doing with the other $38 million. Thank you very much.
Camille from Anchor Health.
Yes, hello, good afternoon, supervisors. I just wanted to weigh in on the level of services for residential treatment facilities. Those are usually multi-person residential, meaning more than 6, more than, and in the case of Ford Street's presentation, 22. Oftentimes that site is the site for residential treatment, which is 24/7 for a window of time and serves the entire county, if not multiple counties. It would be interesting to see how many of the clients, just like many of the other mental health housing, actually support coastal and northern coastal clients in residential treatment, and then of course, provide appropriate outpatient intensive support and housing support in their own communities when that residential treatment intervention is complete. Just wanted to clarify that service. Thank you.
That concludes public comment. It's back to the board. CEO Antle.
I just would like to ask one more time. I believed when this was brought forward that it was just to consider. We weren't obligating or putting money forward today. If that is still the case, which I believe it is, I heard from Supervisor Mulhern that she wanted the ability to keep working on this, and there was about 7 things that the board would like to consider. I will keep the anxiety I have at the moment to myself.
Supervisor Haschak.
I think that Supervisor McGordy has a list of our concerns, and if we can move forward with those, trying to figure out those concerns and, checking them off as we go along, then it should be brought back.
Now, I basically would make a motion of that, saying that we should continue the discussion with the list of concerns that the board has expressed to look at the feasibility of funding this project. We're not in a position at this time to make a commitment.
And I'll second that.
And I would like to add my gratitude for the proposal and for the supervisors working so hard on it. And I hope we're still friends after this item. Really, I don't mean to critique your work. I think it's a great start, and I'm really enthusiastic about it coming back.
So I just wanted to make another comment too, is this is kind of some of the limitations of the Brown Act is because we can't have discussion. So we come up with really good ideas and that are sometimes 70 to 90% fleshed out, but there's still some critical details missing. So I think we have to be patient with each other. And, because when concerns come up, they're real. They're not just to be naysayers and negative, but, I've known Jackie in Ford Street for many, many years, and I know she's very capable. She wouldn't come here to talk to us unless she thought this was something that was really good and worth investing in. So I think this is a solution for us to move forward.
I did tell you you could respond to that comment when we were done with public comment. Would you like to?
I just wanted to say a few things. I'll do it very quickly. Just off the top of my head, right now in treatment, 25% of our population is from the coast. I can guarantee that. In our sober living, it's a little bit less, maybe 15 to 20, which is actually a good thing. That means that people come to treatment from the coast and then want to go back and, continue their lives at their place. And maybe they have a safe living environment there. We are state licensed and certified for social model detox. I'm sorry that person left. We have always had stellar
audit results.
Results from the state. We abide by everything that we're supposed to, and about 70% of the people that need detox are able to be managed in social model detox. We are not required to have medical personnel on site. So I think that's a big misconception about detox, that you do not actually have to always detox in a medical facility. And everyone needs to know that that is one of the major benefits that Ford Street provides, that they don't have to be detoxed in the hospital at a higher cost of the whole community. That is the service we provide. So, and I encourage anyone that has questions about what we do or how we do it, please, we're always there.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I just wanted to, comment on the anonymity of programs like the Ukiah Recovery Center. Like, it is anonymous with intention. And so sometimes what happens is people make assumptions of what's going on at the facility. And we know that county government and nonprofits are pretty notorious about not being able to tell their story. And especially when you're talking about something as complicated as addiction and addiction services. So I do want to thank Jackie and Clover for coming today. And I also took notes along with Supervisor McGordy so that we could continue to work on this along with Measure B. That is a question that we're going to have for County Council. We have 2 supervisors that are assigned to that committee, which is why I didn't personally speak to any Measure B committee representatives except for to get the amount from Shannon Riley that the city of Ukiah asked. So again, this is not some end run around the process. We have challenges with this process and the way that we're working through the government.
County Council.
I think what you're referring to, Supervisor Mulhern, is the Measure B ad hoc committee that was intended to liaise between the Board of Supervisors and the Measure B committee. Do I have that right? Yeah, and for that reason, it may be more appropriate. Frankly, I think it may be worth a discussion at some point as to whether that ad hoc has run its course and whether it may be appropriate to dissolve. But in the interim, I do think that you're better off not. It doesn't, strictly speaking, prevent you from individually speaking to members of the Measure B committee. It does, however, increase the risk and the likelihood of a serial meeting violation. So I think you're being very appropriate by being careful on that front.
Well, to be less conservative, does the ad hoc have anything left to report out? Could it be dissolved today? If that'll remove a block.
That's you.
Yeah,
It's the 2 of us.
I think we could dissolve it.
Yeah, I do like to attend the Measure B meetings.
Well, you could still attend. Just
yeah.
make sure we don't.
But we aren't working on anything right now.
Right. So let's dissolve that ad hoc, noting that there was nothing additional to report out. Now you're free to meet with Measure B. And if the Measure B schedule is a block, you could ask them to call a special meeting, given that we have a project that has a short timeline.
Understood. And as Dr. Miller described, she's on jury duty today and unable to be fully present for this conversation because I think it would have really helped a lot. But that's nobody's fault. So we'll move on and go from here.
Roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy,
Yes.
Chair Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4F, CEO report. There's no CEO report today. Item 4G, ledge platform. No ledge platform today. Item 4H, supervisors reports. Anything you'd like to add, Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. I would like to ask the Executive Office and the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office to bring forward a presentation to the board on the annual comprehensive financial report. It was uploaded to our website last week from June of 2021, and I think that presentation to the board would be helpful for the board members and the community.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yeah, I don't have a report on my ad hoc activities right now, but I do think that according to our rules of procedure, we should all be reporting at the next board meeting about every ad hoc. There should be a report out because there's just this lack of information about what certain ad hocs are doing, and without that, the community is not informed, and we as supervisors aren't informed. And so I really think that we need to start adhering to our own policies.
Okay, I have a couple comments. One is I've learned the county owes some payments to members of the public. And the budget ad hoc met with executive office finance team and the auditor, and I got a lot of reasons why we're blocked software and we don't have enough staff. Some of these payments are over 2 years. And I think those people, if they were to file a claim in court, we would look embarrassed. As a county, we would say, well, our accounting software is delayed. The vendor's not working with us, and we don't have enough staff, and the judge would tell us to pay it. It's owed. So I've suggested some ideas like write a check, note it somewhere, a ledger, a Post-it note, and figure out the accounting details later, but get people their money. I mean, some of these people are fixed income, have health problems. It's their money, we owe it. Another possibility is just pay it in good faith, bill them later if we find there's a discrepancy, but at least don't hold their money in the interim. I haven't been able to get anywhere, so I'm bringing it to the full board. I think we have a problem. It makes me wonder how many other outstanding payments do we have that aren't being processed and why. I would like the executive office to come back with an analysis of the situation. I know we can't discuss it now, but I don't feel comfortable with the county owing people money for multiple years and not having a plan in mind. Supervisor Mulhern?
I just support that recommendation, and I get a lot of those calls as well, so I support that.
Well, thank you. And it's becoming alarming, the number of people. I don't know how many payments are outstanding. CEO, you have any feedback?
Certainly, I'll look into it, and we can do the analysis. We'll work with the assessor, clerk recorder, and the auditor controller.
Okay, and then the outside audit, I would like the outside auditor to come forward and tell us what they know, and either the auditor or the executive office, somebody tell us, are we supposed to be incorporating the outside audits? We do the audit and we don't incorporate the recommendations. Why? And what would change if we were to incorporate those? At this point, how long would it take to incorporate all of the recommendations that haven't yet been incorporated? If we have to go back 10 or 15 years, is that something we can do quickly?
CEO Antle, I have a meeting with the outside auditors tomorrow, so I'll be able to find more detail to these issues. And to Supervisor Mulhern's request, we do have a hold on agenda, the second meeting in September, to review and discuss the ACFR and the financial statement.
And finally, I don't think we understand the point of an outside audit. It's not paying for the audit. It's responding to the audit. Anybody can pay for an audit and ignore it. There's no value there. The value is you look at the feedback that's provided and you make changes to your accounting records. And I would like to know how long it's been since we've applied the recommendations and why so far nobody can tell me. I guess I'm kind of stunned, and this has been building meeting after meeting, and I was hoping I could bring an item to the board to get support on some direction. I'm more lost now than ever. Every question I ask is answered with more ambiguity. So CEO Antle, the final question for you. Do you think I'm off base, or is this what you're finding as well? You're new to the job like I am.
Correct. I agree with you that we need to continue to look into this. It feels to me, I've been working with the budget now for 3 or 4 years, and each time I'm learning more and more about what I would consider the need for more transparency and accuracy into the system. And again, the current auditor controller kind of inherited a position, but I think we all need to work collaboratively to dig through this and find out where we really are, what is our real position, and what is the correct document to be referring back to.
Thank you. Any other comments? Supervisor Haschek?
Just one last one, is that the grand jury report came out, and so I was wondering when we were going to form ad hocs to deal with that. And
County
respond.
Council?
Yeah, I've asked my staff to put an item on for the creation of an ad hoc. Is the 16th? Yes, we got the 16th.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we're going to adjourn to closed session. Is there any public comment on closed session item 6A? Okay, the board will only hear item 6A. My notes remind me that we're going to reconvene no earlier than 1:30, but it's already past 1:30. About how long do you need? An hour? So no earlier than 2:50. You want to say 3 o'clock and take a 10-minute break? Okay.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love. I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
Or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
and by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love. I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ihr werdet mehr, ja.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Ini manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
to take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
and by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ihr vet med är.
我们能够做到。
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Hindi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
to take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Hindi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
to take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Closed session for the one item, and there was no reportable action. Meeting adjourned.